Hi. Hey. Hello. What's up, guys? It's Skycatlive. What's up, guys? It's Tuesday, 2:21 in the afternoon. It's the 12/30, 2025. That's the December 30th, 2025. It is 68 degrees in my house, and it's a Tuesday. What's up, guys? How you doing? I love you guys. Thank you so much. And I am tuning in to play some Grand Theft Auto 5, some X4, some Fallout 76, and some Starfield. I love you guys. Thank you for tuning in. It's good to see ya. It's good to see ya. I'm kind of getting everything all situated here and everything. I love you guys. Thank you so much for your time. And I'm going to drop it off the big face. Here we go. And there we go. Okay, and I'm just going to kind of shove it over. Um, yeah, this pillow sort of feels like it's kind of fallen. Shut up, you. Oh, oh yeah. Oops, I've got it down. So today, sorry, I'm just getting situated here. Much better. Today I walked for 2 hours, and I am ending my workout now. As you can see, I worked out. Oh boy. Yeah, there we go. 5 miles over 2 hours and 19 minutes. Here we go. 5.01 miles. Oops. Yeah, 5.01 miles. And I am doing pretty good on the exercise thing. Doing pretty good. I'm not really losing weight, but I'm not gaining weight. And that's good, you know. And I like the exercise. I think it helps my body mass index and stuff. It's good. So, there we go. And I will end the workout now. End workout. Okay, and now we will go to work. I'm just gonna double check on my cat, make sure she's not too cold. You doing okay, sissy? It's cold out there, but hold on just a second. I forgot something. Okay, sorry about that. I'm gonna have me a nice grapefruit spritzer thingy, a little sparkling pink grapefruit thing. Okay, so um special weekend sales, some of our special sales for the holidays, Gold Rush bundle, the Sunset Stranger thingy. Oh yeah, I forgot I have seasons and stuff, but anyways, Atomic Shop, we're gonna unmute here. I'm just gonna come through and get my volume in the right place. Yep, my microphone is looking good, although it keeps getting turned down. I'm gonna go back to the normal again. Check, 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 check. Okay. Then I'm gonna go to Lunchbox. Yep, give me free stuff. Oops. This mouse seems like it's not really. Yeah. How's that? Is it okay? Yeah, that seems okay. Yeah. Then, oh, my camera's off. Oops. Something X4 is doing is it's uh Uh, what is this? Is it like game settings? So confine mouse to screen or whatever. This is game settings, display settings, graphics settings. I don't see confine mouse to screen. Hmm. Oh, confine mouse to window is off. But I still think it's on, which is annoying. You know, I like this game, but I don't think I want to run it while I'm playing the game. Playing. I like this game, but I think I only... Oh, wait. Can't get out. This is happening every day, and it's making me really angry. I'm going to stop playing this game maybe because of it. It's insane, but I mean... No, I don't want you to hold position. I want you to full-blown leave. Maybe I can... Oh, let's get up. Yeah, get up. And then go focus on something else, like way out here. We'll take a look at the Talati station, the live stream view. And we'll lock it. And I'll just see if that gets us out of this shitty situation. So, okay, so gotta go check the sound. No.
One individual. Right. Because in order to hold up a mirror to hip-hop culture, then you got to hold up a mirror to yourself and your team.
Merry Christmas and happy holidays, guys. $125. Ooh, perk coins. Oh, new weeklies. Oops. Let's go see what's going on in the game stores. Let's run a booster. I don't really have too many of these, but yeah, yeah. And I'll go see if I can get a teapot, or I guess I'll do 76 stuff for a couple of hours, because it is the new week, so this is normally when I actually spend time doing it. So the first thing is a camp or free camp. I wish they would let me track those. Will you let me track these or whatever? You won't let me move marker, remove marker. Build a decoration in a workshop or camp. So let's go do that. I don't know. Maybe it would be better without the... I think I would do better without this ugly thing. Let's change the pillowcase, actually. But for now... Yeah, there we go. Terrible system for pulling it up. Now I can't exit. Maybe I switch this here. Is that better? Yeah, I think that is better, actually. No, it was better the other way around. So, I think I got my pillowcases screwed up here. Trying to fix my pillowcase, I'll be right back. If I'm going to do aesthetic things, like have a pillow in the background, I'm trying to make it look at least acceptable. Move this over. Go. And there we go. Messed up now. Now my camera's messed up and everything in the fucking world is gonna have issues with me now. So there we go. Okay, sorry about that. So we're there for now, and then yeah. You should come upwards. Much better. Um. Build a decoration in a workshop or camp. Ugh. We'll just go get two done at the same time. No, go to first the pick. Fast travel, rusty pick. Why is gaming? Why is this not here anymore? Why is gaming not a tab anymore?
The overwhelming majority, if not the entirety of the Somali population, is American citizens anyway. So unless ICE just straight up starts kidnapping American citizens, you know, which could happen, they're not going to really find a lot of Somali people to deport. Anyway, that's part of the reason why a lot of the Somali Americans on TikTok have been making these like, oh, Minneapolis was promised to us. Anyway, there's updates on the Somaliapolis, developing federal agents on ground probing Minnesota fraud. I wonder how much money is being spent on this, which is ironic because it's like, I suspect that the amount of funds being expended here, when there is already an active investigation into the fraud that's taking place, it's just, you know, probably not the best use of tax funds at all, but obviously.
Christy Nome posting video of Homeland Security investigators on the ground in Minneapolis, saying they are, quote,
It's just funny because it's like they're doing the same shit that they were doing after the Brown University shooting, like kicking up snow. All right. But instead of kicking up snow, they're just like kind of annoying Somali business owners, I guess. But it's dumb PR, and the morons will eat it up. They will literally be like, oh, hell yeah, brother. That's right. I can sleep soundly at night tonight.
Conducting a massive investigation on childcare and other rampant fraud. Their investigation following a viral video that now has nearly 114 million views on X, where independent journalist Nick Shirley appears to show daycares and other businesses that received millions in state funds.
Dude, I genuinely can't believe that you can just like go to random childcare facilities, some in operation, some closed, and just yell outside of them, demanding to see all the children inside. And then if it goes viral enough on Twitter, the Department of Homeland Security will go and do a PR piece for you. God, it's so devastating because like conservatives are the only group in this country that's actually responsive to their base. And it sucks because like the only thing that the base wants is just stupid shit. Like I wish that they were this aggressive about like demanding healthcare or demanding to cut ties with Israel. You know what I mean? They just do rage bait over and over again. And the administration, of course, is like, oh, hell yeah, we love rage bait. We will satiate your appetite for you know, humiliating the Somali population, maybe even deport a couple. I get what you're saying, but how else would fraud like this be discovered? Isn't awareness like this a good thing? Brother, this guy didn't discover anything. There is already an active court case. Oh my God. There are literally people who think this guy unironically uncovered like some serious fraud happening. I'm losing my mind. It's so crazy because like I already reported on this before, and mainstream media has already reported on this you know, extensively. Atrioc did a video that had a thumbnail implying that. Yeah, it's because he wants to farm the algo into oblivion. And also he personally got duped by it too, it seems. You didn't get the VP? What do you mean? Sounds like you're just jealous, little bro. Bro, it's literally like harassing. It's literally like harassing. Oh my God, I saw back and forth with him, Twitter, pure comedy when he cooked him, but you can see how unserious he is when he invoked Collargate. Yeah, of course. It's like the automatic. It's like if there was a in a sea of white criminals, let's say there was like a black person that did the same exact kind of crime, okay, that white people are doing, right? By and large, overwhelming majority of child predation is happening in the hands of white men. Let's say there's one time there's like a black dude that does it. Then this YouTuber, while this like active court case is happening, starts going up to random black people and being like, you're a pedophile, you're a pedophile, you're a pedophile. I demand you prove to me that you're not a pedophile. And then everyone goes, see, clearly there's an active court case taking place with this one black guy that's doing has done pedophilia. I think it's pretty valid that these other black people might be doing pedophilia as well. Actually, thank God this guy is shining a light on black people doing pedophilia. That's what it's like. It's like there is a real story here. There's a real court case that took place. There's a real investigation that took place. This guy, ironically enough, didn't even bring that up for most of the video. I don't think that's true. No, there is a real active investigation that started in 2022 under the Brandonian regime. Okay, this is not ain't even a straw man. This is Wicker Man. What? Ain't a straw man, it's a wicker man. What are you talking about? This is an analogy to try to help people understand what this guy is doing. The investigation is already ongoing. There are people who have been charged. There are people who have been convicted. Okay, this guy didn't even bring that up in his video. It's so crazy that he didn't even bring that up in the video. That's what's so crazy. Also,
you might not have known.
Noam is there. The whole bunch of kids about to be kidnapped and deported. I mean, the overwhelming majority, if not the entirety of the Somali population is American citizens anyway. So unless ICE just straight up starts kidnapping American citizens, you know,
we love our Somalian Americans. We love them.
Really find a lot
Don't
of
listen to
Somali
these pieces of shit
deport.
from the right
Anyway,
wing.
That's part of the reason why
just like Venezuelans,
Somali Americans on TikTok have been making these like
just like Chinese, just like Japanese, just like Russians.
Jokes. And the reason why they can get away with doing that is because they know they're all American citizens,
just
right?
Like,
but what they don't realize, and I said this even at the time when I first was looking at the memes, is that right-wingers are, I think, too racist to understand that these guys are joking. I think right-wingers think that like Somalis are doing like the Zionist memes sincerely. It's crazy.
With no kids inside.
Bullshit.
Correspondent Garrett Penny.
This is not harassment. I'm gonna come to your neighborhood with my camera crew and demand to film your children, okay? I'm gonna figure out where your kids go to daycare. I'm gonna go knock on the door of the daycare and demand to see your child. Do you consider that to be harassment, yes or no? That's freedom, baby. My God-given right.
Yeah, Molly, the latest example of these fraud schemes in Minnesota are child care centers where rampant fraud has seemingly been allowed to go on for years now. Quality Learning Center is just one of the child care centers that federal investigators are now looking into, and there are plenty of red flags, starting with the sign on its building that doesn't even spell learning right. Over the past 3 years, the business has been cited for more than 120 violations for all kinds of things, including for not having proper documentation for all of the kids there.
Hasanabi threatens to mog local children. Yes, I will mog. I'll walk up to them and I'll tell them that they ain't shit. Okay, I'll tell them that their tibular is fucked up. I will give them crippling body dysmorphia at the age of 5. I don't care. I'll walk up to them and I'll say, listen, baby, you don't even mog. Okay, this baby is a PSL 3 at best. Okay, at best at PSL 3. Ain't nobody's playing home with this one, okay? Nobody. Take the baby's toys away. Or better yet, give the baby a toy hammer so the baby can start breaking his bone. Actually, at that age, I feel like your skull is even more malleable, right? You can just like start moving your skull around to make sure you have the Chad Alpha Dog face. You can make the baby look like handsome Squidward. Yeah, subclinical mandibular aspect ratio mod. Get mog, baby. Get the baby to start thumb pulling. A lot of babies are out here thumb sucking. They should be thumb pulling. Make sure that their jaw is not recessed. Okay? You feel me?
Despite that, from 2019 to 2024, the business received nearly $8 million in federal tax money, according to the local ABC station. Shirley also went to other child care centers across the Twin Cities where he says...
Dude, I love saying those terms, though. A suboptimal Marxilla. I don't even know if that's the correct term or not. I just love throwing that shit around. I get why the looks maxing shit is so stupid, but it is so captivating for many. Yeah, I'm gonna tell the baby that he has a suboptimal maxilla. He needs corrective surgery. We gotta mold the baby's soft spot in his skull to make sure that he fucking mogs.
There were similar red flags.
We're just wondering where the children are.
Who are you? We'd like to ask where the money's going. Look at that. Shut us down. Where are the children at? No children inside of this daycare center.
Hey, dog. Why would they? The craziest part about it is if any of those places unironically opened their doors to this random dickhead, that would be illegal. Are you fucking kidding me? It is literally not legal for these places to allow random people, random adults that come in with a fucking camera crew too. Are you out of your goddamn mind? Yeah, of course they're gonna close the door in your fucking face. That's what's so crazy about it, where it's like, I swear to God, if this guy did this to white child care facilities, even amidst like an ongoing in a Republican neighborhood, okay, in a right neighborhood in like Alabama or whatever, and there is like an active investigation into like a church-backed like child care center fraud that's taken place, and you had like a black dude walk up, okay, a liberal guy walk up to these different places and be like, show me the white babies inside, okay, and you had all these fucking Christian people closing the door, they would have shot the dude by the third place he went to. By the time he went to the third child care center, he would have been shot in the fucking head. It would have been a massive ordeal. It would have been a story that they would defend, the Republicans would defend for generations. Could you imagine? Black liberal from New York, possibly gay, goes down to Alabama to investigate active fraud happening in like, you know, all the white Christian child centers. It's not even a question. They would fucking kill the guy. And tell people how else is the problem camera being there. I know that you didn't answer my question without getting angry. How else? I've explained it a million times over. First, you go to the Department of Human Services. Okay, there's a state website. Sad you have to create hypothetical situations to validate your delusions. To validate my delusions, there is nothing delusional about this. You are the delusional one if you think that, like, if you think that you can go to your local child care center with 2 guys in balaclavas and a camera in tow and demand to see the children there, if you think that you are not getting the door slammed in your fucking face, you are delusional. Of course they're gonna slam the fucking door in your face. You got no credentials. You're just a random dickhead. Why the fuck would anybody open the door to you? It's illegal. I agree you can't, but no one is doing that without reason. Brother, I don't think you understand. Just because you agree with his actions doesn't mean that the random daycare facility is going to open the fucking doors. Of course they're going to slam the door shut in your face. Would you want the adults that have a legal responsibility to guard your children at the daycare that they're working at to open their door to a fuck ton of lawsuits by allowing random strangers with cameras or no cameras at all, but like random strangers to walk in, look at your kids, do a head count? What are you, fucking nuts? The irony is, if you actually had investigated this a little bit further, if Nick had investigated it a little bit further, he would have found out that there are instances where adults are allowed to do a head count. It's the Department of Human Services. So for people who are asking like what could have been done here, you look up. Child care facilities are obviously rigorously examined. Okay, there is a license. There is a licensing process that gets renewed every year, and at a random time throughout the year, there is a member of the state from the Human Services Division that goes to the kindergarten without telling them ahead of time. Okay, and they obviously have the proper documentation when they're entering the place, right? And they do a head count. They look at the conditions, and they see whether or not the children are in like a stable condition, and if this daycare facility actually has like substandard conditions or decent conditions. And many of these places that he went to actually had this licensing process, and in that process there were things that they had found, like, oh, there's like a open kids had access to like hazardous materials like scissors and stuff, right? And then there's a proper documentation process that takes place where they say, okay, we are going to actually fix this problem. Thank you for informing us. We do not want you to revoke our license. So then they fix the problem, and then they file the documentation, and then that's either approved or not. If it's not approved, they revoke their license. And all of the places that this guy went to had, with the exception of the learning center, which was apparently closed, because they had a bunch of instances where they had like substandard conditions for the kids. Okay, all these places had a person from the state come in and take a look, do a head count, and see that there's children there, right? Contrary to what the argument was, that there's no kids there. So unless you think, like, there's two things that could have happened here, okay? Either these guys know ahead of time, or just like magically have. Are you taking the stance that there's no fraud happening? No, dude. Why is this so hard for people to understand? Of course I'm not saying that there's no fraud happening. There is a fraud investigation taking place right now. What is wrong with you motherfuckers, bro? I swear to God. I mean, look, racism is a low IQ trait to begin with. Okay, but you can't be this low IQ, okay? You cannot be so low IQ that you tune in to the broadcaster that speaks two languages, okay? When you can only speak one language, and you can't even understand your only language that I'm speaking currently. English is my second language. It's the only language that you're supposed to know, and you still can't fucking comprehend the words that are coming out of my mouth. Your communication is shit. Is it? What? Is it though? It's my fault, you think? Because I've said it over and over again that there's an active investigation taking place into fraud. And some of that investigation even factors in child care facilities. But that doesn't mean that every single child care facility is actually hiding the number of children that they actually have inside of their facilities. And the way to figure out whether or not there are any kids inside of those facilities at all is not to randomly go out there like you're a fucking kick streamer and demand to see the fucking children. I didn't say that there's no fucking fraud. As a matter of fact, I'm very clear that there is fraud taking place. And the way to figure out whether or not there was kids inside or anything like that is not by just going out there with a fucking camera crew and being like, show me the kids. Show me the kids. Show me the kids right now. I need to see the kids. I'm a random adult. I need to see the kids. Oh, I'm no longer a random adult. I have my kid Joey. He's not here with me, but I want to sign up little Joey. Yeah, who the fuck's gonna believe that? The fuck? Of course they're gonna be sus. You look like a pedophile. You sound like you are trying to do pedophilia. Okay? If I'm putting myself in the shoes of someone that's working at that facility and that exact same situation happens, I'm either gonna think this guy's a pedophile and he wants to kidnap the children, or I'm gonna think he's ICE. And in either situation, I have an obligation to not open the fucking door. What are we talking about? Have you considered the fact that the people defending filming children without their consent are the same people who are defending Trump not being in the Epstein files? Yeah, there is truth to that. Bro, it's so weird. How are people defending this? I would not want a random dude in the daycare of my kids. Like, what the fuck? No, dude, they want that. They want that shit, dude. That's what they want. They're like, no. The only time I can feel I can sleep soundly at night is if I know there's random fucking nuisance streamers and content creators running up to the child care facilities that I'm leaving my child at. Yeah. What's next, bro? You want to do like a Aiden Ross collab? Neon? Bust in the doors of fucking every child care facility in the country? What's up, chat? Today we're going to every daycare. I'm gonna go take a look at the toddlers. And I'm bringing Skybree with me. Like, what? We also have our security guys here. If someone dares question my authority, I'll beat the fuck out of them. We're doing a baby audit. Like and subscribe. The fuck? Yeah. This broadcast is sponsored by Blue Chew. Oh my God.
After Shirley's videos went viral, Governor Tim Walz's office sent us this statement saying the governor has worked for years to crack down on fraud and asked the state legislature for more authority to take aggressive action. He has strengthened oversight. Walz's office also defended his handling of the widespread fraud schemes that have been happening for years by claiming he's now taking steps to stop it from happening, including creating a statewide fraud prevention program. But now looking into claims that for years Walz ignored whistleblowers who tried to sound the alarm on the fraud.
This guy now is scrambling to make it look like he's doing something. 2 weeks ago, he created a position with a guy to investigate fraud. 7 years too late, Timmy. It's time that we find answers to all these questions and hold everybody accountable that has ripped off.
Dog, there is literally, first of all, says you, okay? This administration talking about fraud is sweet, okay? Is real funny.
That's real funny. Yeah.
Okay? It is funny as fuck to hear from this admin about fraud. Like, we don't know what the fuck you guys are up to. But what's even crazier about it is that there is already, from the former administration, from the former admin, from the Brandon regime, there is already a DOJ case. I don't hate that they're eating Tim Spineless Walz. I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't really give a fuck about Tim Walz either. Make no mistake. I already lost all confidence in him a long time ago. But if he's also, by the way, if he's also in any way, shape, or form involved with this, involved in the oversight issues, yes, he should be fucking punished. 100%. Okay? Make no mistake. I don't give a fuck. Having said that, there is already a fucking investigation going on. This doesn't give you carte blanche to go in and blow up the investigation. You know what I mean? You can't just like do that. Okay? And you certainly can't do that to like other random fucking similar childcare facilities just because you felt like it. What are we doing? What are we doing? How do I put this in an analogy that like Republicans can understand? What do Republicans care about in terms of like innocent until proven guilty? Like imagine if liberals were running around and saying that like every man is a rapist or something. You know what I mean? Every man's a rapist. Remember there was wasn't there like a fake allegation with like a college campus lacrosse team or something? Wasn't there something like that? And then Republicans lost their minds over that. You know what I mean? Yeah, was it Duke? One of the schools. There was like a fake false rape allegation, and the entire team was under investigation. Like liberals running around and being like, oh yeah, every lacrosse playing white boy is a rapist. If they just did that, put a camera on it, and then the entirety of the liberal media ecosystem was like, hell yeah, yeah, put these rapists under the fucking buildings, put these rapists under the fucking prison. Yeah, Did you feel like that was a good feeling? Was that a good feeling when that was happening? Did you feel like that was justice being served? No, right? Didn't feel great. For the Republicans who don't, fucking understand what's going on, it's kind of like this, okay? Yeah, going up to like random lacrosse teams, white boys playing lacrosse, and be like, I demand you show me all the rapists in your team. Why are you hiding? Why are you sheltering the rapists? I would like to see all the fucking rapists here. All of the white boys in this lacrosse team are rapists. If you were like running around saying that shit, that's what it would be like. If they weren't raping, why are they all wearing lacrosse equipment? It's ridiculous. What is this? Dude, I love you, but your rage against those chowders is just barely to get through. And believe me, I try really hard, but if you look at my peers, you're losing European viewers answering those rage bait insults or bots. Please, you need more Euro viewers. It's so hard to watch, bro. Please. Wait, what?
What?
I need more European viewers. And I'm losing my European audience? Why? Because they believe the narratives? Is that what it is? Jessica Tarkov making your argument.
We'll say lastly,
Jessica
that fraud
Tarkov
should be stamped out everywhere. You should take it seriously, and I'm particularly upset, and I've said this a third time, that people took COVID money, abused that while folks were dying, while kids weren't allowed to go to school. The country was...
We went to Israel to do propaganda tour just a few months back. All the Zionists are doing, oh my God, Somalis, oh my God, Muslims for Israel. I visited the Israel-Gaza border with the last mayor of Gaza full doc, where he stood where Hamas launched his attacks. He saw the destruction in the aftermath of October 7th, and the mayor breaks down the money trail to expose who profits in the war and who's funding the war. The documentary breaks down how Hamas operates and funds itself, the brutal history of Israel and Gaza, what life was like before and after Hamas took over in Gaza, why Israel responded the way that it did. This cunt has also been obsessively doing the Zionism, oh my God, Muslim takeover of America, oh my God, propaganda. He's literally a paid Israel first cuck whose job it is to produce slop, appealing to the base urges of the right-wingers to make them forget about being slaves of Israel. Matt Walsh. Hey, Nick Shirley, I have some questions for you. Do you believe Tucker Carlson is an anti-Semite? Do you believe Nick Fuentes and the Groypers are anti-Semites? Do you believe Ben Shapiro is an epic-based hero who is right about them? How much did the Israeli pedo-rape colony pay you to travel there to do propaganda video for them? Did the Mossad procure children for you at your hotel? And if so, what did you do with that? Okay, this is... Squirrel goes a little, beyond... above and beyond here, but here is Nick Shirley with the paid Israel First propagandist cuck laundering the Israeli bombing of Iran when it was happening. They actually got him to do propaganda hits to ensure conservatives would rally behind the new war for Israel against Iran.
Iran and Israel are at it.
Yeah.
Israel launched some missiles at Iran, took out some of their leaders, and then
it's the writing is fire, except jokes on Squirrel. Nick Shirley can't read. He is.
Iran just launched and landed in Tel Aviv. Where does this war go?
The effort, obviously, by Israel was to disable the nuclear program of Iran. Iran, who is the #1 funder of terrorism throughout the world, Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, all of them being funded by Iran. In this proxy war where Iran is spending...
Did this guy come out of nowhere? No, he's been making waves. Apparently he was at January 6th. I didn't even fucking know that, by the way. That's news to me. But he has been making waves, slowly but surely. He was trying to do do you guys want to vote for Trump? Why do you want to not vote for Trump shit at like Yale? That type of stuff.
Baby, let's go. Yes, sir.
We're here, king of the Instagram of Donald Trump, patriotism. What do you guys say?
We're gonna pull this thing through, stay strong, stay faithful, keep fighting. America's on the line.
America's on the line.
That's right.
Tomorrow, right here, Donald Trump is gonna be talking to millions of people, and I'm gonna try to sneak all the way up to the front. I'm gonna try to sneak all the way up into like one of these seats up here. I'm gonna try to get as close as I possibly can. Tomorrow, Donald Trump is gonna be...
Yeah, he was also brought up in an Antifa roundtable meeting earlier this year with Trump and other government officials, including Attorney General Pam Bondi, where he talked about the real threat to America being Antifa. So, do I think this guy is like a fucking federal agent? Not really. But then again, I do think that the government is, they're so bad nowadays that maybe they're outsourcing to Mormons again, but this time to the dumbest of Mormons, because he's not the best and brightest of the Mormons, let's be real. Okay. But I do think that the administration is open about like outsourcing their propaganda directly to YouTubers. That's why they keep bringing him in. If he's an agent, he's faking being stupid. If he's an asset, he's not. Yeah, I don't think he's faking it. Show me the smart ones you will never know of, because they already worked for the FBI. I've been a day one hater of this Mormon guy. His mom chaperones him around everywhere. I followed him when he had 20K subs and was pivoting out of Mr. Beast style content. His mom is friends with some MAGA guys in the media, and that's how we got this pivot. Yeah, it's the thing is, like, this guy, just like Tyler Hitler Vera, and this one is like a much more recent channel than Tyler Hitler Vera. If you go back old enough, like, you'll realize that they were doing, like, he was doing 6 years ago, 100 pounds of dry ice versus truck, painful. Okay, interviewing people at the Freak Convention, very dark people, running the world's hardest race, hanging out with Hey Big Mike, delivering Bud Light to Post Malone, went to his house, acting blind in public, prank, okay, sneaking into exclusive Hollywood party, fail, and then somewhere along the line they do, like, he does like a right-wing video, okay, he does like one right-wing video, going away for 2 years, I quit, yeah, and then he comes back, he goes on a mission, he comes back from his Mormon mission. I interviewed illegal immigrants at the US border, 248,000 views. We are under attack. Americans are angry. This is why. I tracked down illegal immigrants in New York City. I tracked down illegal immigrants from the U.S. border. I investigated the Texas border crisis with an ex-cartel member. I discovered a hidden migrant camp in America. Illegal immigrants are living for free in this city. I investigated the New York City migrant crisis. I caught illegal immigrants crossing the U.S. border. I investigated the California migrant crisis. How this country solved illegal immigration in El Salvador. I live with migrants in New York City for 24 hours, asking New Yorkers who are they voting for in 2024. That was the video that I actually watched. This one, asking Harvard students who they're voting for in 2024. Bro, this is the same exact fucking shit that Tyler Oliveira did. You even covered his video on stream earlier. Yeah, I did. I covered this one too. Yeah, LA protesters believes US belongs to Mexico. This was our city and this was Mexico. People need to archive this shit ASAP. This is getting deleted soon. Fuck no. These guys are shameless. No one will actually dive into this. Are you fucking kidding me? No one gives a shit. Everyone only cares about whether or not this person is like pushing propaganda in the way that they like that comforts them and the way that they believe the world operates. That's all it is. Like, Tyler Oliveira had a similar fucking pivot and now has 9 million subscribers, right? If you look at, and I don't know if Tyler actually deleted his older videos, but yeah, no, he didn't. I'm the boss's son prank, college decision reactions, deny from every college, attempting to have fun, how PewDiePie's channel made a comeback. He does like Mr. Beast videos, okay? He does like Mr. Beast style videos, challenges, pranks. Then he tries to do like even the YouTube commentary stuff, right? The slop tuber commentary. And then somewhere along the way, let's see if we can find the pivot, okay? Because he did a lot more videos and he had a more successful channel than Nick Shirley did. Nick Shirley just immediately dove into the fucking MAGA shit, okay? But yeah, I trained like Arnold for 30 days, all this stuff. I mean, some of them are doing really well. Grandpa Slam Dunks on Trash Talking Hoopers, Ankles Broken, 14 million views, all this shit, right? And then let's see if you can notice the pivot, okay? Attack on Titan in real life, all this stuff. And then let's see if you can see the pivot. I dug out from underground prison, magnet fishing, used a toothpick to mine a real diamond, flew the Millennium Falcon. Brett Riviera called the cops on me. I investigated Ohio's toxic wasteland. I went to the incest capital of America. I investigated UFO crash sites. What? Boom! I investigated the city of real life zombies. 23 million fucking views. And then from that point on, I investigated the most obese city in America. I investigated Hitler's death. I snuck on the Jeffrey Epstein's island. That was one of the first videos I watched of his. I investigated the US-Mexico border. I investigated America's vaping epidemic. So like every now and then he does like another, you know, somewhat apolitical one. But it's just hog slop from that point on. Most racist man in America. Investigated a city that made being gay illegal. I investigated a city where only criminals live. I investigated a city that traps homeless people forever. I investigated a city where old people are sent to die. Underground city of mole people, blah, 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 all this shit. And slowly but surely, he's just like full tilt pivoting to, I investigated a country where every drug is legal. It's just, look at these poor people. The Jew capital versus the Muslim capital of America. Look at all these fucking poor people. Look at all these black people. Look at how violent they are. Look at all these drug addled criminals everywhere. I went to the worst ghetto in America. And then he goes to Oakland. Yeah, I investigated a city where you can legally steal houses. Inside Pennsylvania's immigrant invasion. Inside the country that kills illegal immigrants. Do you see? Am I too conspiracy pilled or independent creators a way for Megavish to get around typical campaign laws, FCC regulations, etc.? I think this is partially because of the algorithm. Okay, I think the algorithm boosts this kind of content. People love this shit. Okay, a lot of these people are Europeans who view this. It's sad. Yeah, 100%. There are hogs all around the world, and certainly in Europe as well. The algorithm greatly boosts right-wing slop. Okay, it greatly boosts right-wing slop. The difference between Tyler and Nick is that I can't believe this, but at least Tyler Oliveira puts a little bit more effort into his videos, right? Whereas Nick just kind of goes out there and is like, blah, blah. But the thing is that blah, blah, style content works even better. So that's what it is. I feel like this is a manufactured pipeline for children, even if it's unintentional. I don't know. I exposed scammers in Barcelona attacked. Yeah, I remember this because this went viral on Twitter, but against them, where a lot of the Spanish people in Barcelona were saying you were harassing the people. They're actually pretty kind. They're like immigrants, and they don't actually give you shit. The reason why they were like attacking you is because you were fucking harassing them. Anyway, but this is a real meta. It's a real pipeline. People do this shit, and they masquerade as apolitical while they're doing this shit. It's like, bro, you went to fucking January 6th, you know?
Where to go?
Like, these guys are very clearly right-wing operatives, and they will lean into whatever the right-wing meta is at the time. But the problem is they can masquerade as like investigative journalists, right? And a lot of people eat that slop up. It's shameless pandering. It's incredibly fucking biased. And also, worst of all, from my perspective, it offers zero new insight. It does not bring in any evidence to the conversation at all. What about Andrew Callahan? Andrew Callahan, in spite of his, significant shortcomings in his past, at least ideologically, has maintained a consistent perspective throughout. You know, this is not a defense of his actions, but if you look at his output, if you look at his videos and whatnot, if you look at his actual videos, his output still is very much the opposite of these guys. If H2 didn't have an existential crisis, he could be swimming in great content generation right now via critique. Instead, they're pigeonholed into a weird centrist, anti-progressive, anti-political stance, i.e. neutered from commenting on slop. Instead is slop. Yes. The problem is a lot of the centrist accounts, right? Like the slop tubers and the centrists in the past would probably, every now and then take a couple dings at guys like this, Patrick, like the commentary YouTubers that go beyond slop, like the beyond drama, like Patrick CC, right? Like every now and then, Moist Critical maybe would
Fallout 76, where to find coal?
every now and then make a fucking video about something that these guys are doing. The problem is no one does that anymore. Do you have any accountability? Yes, I do. I have an accountability to the truth. I have an accountability to my audience. And not only that, but everybody fucking bastardizes the term accountability by consistently fucking claiming that I am being held accountable. Now it's the TikTokers that do the counter slop. Yes, but the TikTokers, unfortunately, are dropping the ball because they don't have consistent, long-standing audiences in the same way because the format is different. It's too fast-paced. They're far too fucking invested in like minutia and like little, they browbeat all these like pedantic arguments to death, and they constantly are fighting amongst themselves. They're constantly yelling about like people like myself. So TikTokers, unfortunately, are way too predisposed to clip culture and shit, and they don't have enough of an interest in like sitting down and making a fucking long and comprehensive YouTube essay about this kind of stuff. Kurt Kaz became full right-wing weirdo also. Who's Kurt Kaz? I don't know who that is, but basically and I've been saying this over and over again. Basically, the more like the hobbyist YouTubers in different sectors become right-wing and lean into right-wing shit, the more the algorithm is polluted with right-wing commentary. Okay, and it sucks. It sucks, but that's how the right-wing gains a massive foothold. And there is very little interest from a lot of people that might even align politically with people like myself. There's very little interest from them in terms of like combating this shit, right? There is no interest from them in combating this shit at all because they want to maintain their large audiences. They don't want to offend. There are certain appropriate targets, right? I clearly am one of them, right? I'm an easy target because I'm on the left. Other leftists also despise me, as is the case with every leftist. And then liberals obviously hate me because I consistently call out liberals. And Republicans despise me because, you know, I oppose everything they believe and everything that they stand for. So in that situation, I'm an appropriate target. And it's not just me. Every other leftist content creator that reaches a certain level of prominence will always get the exact same mountain of fucking hate. Right? That's just how it is. That's just how it is. And there are different vectors.
I don't want to, and I don't care what they think.
For the liberals, you can say Hassan actually wanted Trump to win. He's a rich guy. Hassan is actually racist. He's a white man. Hassan is actually sexist. He's a white man. He's heterosexual. Like, and then for the right wingers, Hassan is Muslim. Hassan is an America hater. Hassan, you know, loves 9/11 and wants to do 9/11. For the centrists, they do a bit of both, right? Depending on whichever way the wind is blowing. They do the Hassan is both sexist and also a Islamist terrorist, all this shit. And for the left content creators in this media landscape, other left content creators, it's always a fucking knife fight. And there is,
I don't care about
you know,
that.
there are ideological delineations and minor differences in opinion or misunderstandings that they lean into. And no matter what happens, like once someone reaches a certain level of prominence as a left content creator, you will constantly get ass clapped by everybody. And you will constantly have to like deal with drama that's happening, right? Now, I choose not to do that for the most part, but I recognize that that has created this media environment where, because I am seen as an appropriate target by a lot of, because I'm seen as an appropriate target, an appropriate vector of hate, where you can just like farm my haters, you know, there aren't many people that will come to my defense openly, because if they do, then they'll get attacked too.
I will.
They just keep farming that over and over again. And meanwhile, there are alternatives that prop up because they don't get any scrutiny whatsoever in the process. And, you know, the alternatives are like Asmongold or Nick Fuentes even, and like more dangerous versions of this. And guys like Nick Shirley or Tyler Oliveira actually play in the front lines, even though they are like objectively, openly far right with the commentary, with the propaganda that they're putting out there. All these fucking supposed centrist YouTubers will shy away from attacking them. And the reason why
I don't remember which one Tyler Oliveira is. I want to go back and do a recall because I can't remember. I can't put a face to the name. I'm sure I'll remember. I remember that I think that's the guy that goes to towns that are like falling apart, right? And he tries to like alarmist about this is the worst town in Mississippi or whatever, isn't it? Oliveira, right? Tyler Oliveira, whatever. Tyler Oliveira, yeah, we watched a few of this inside India's poop throwing festival. I exposed the most evil cult in America. Is Minneapolis's Somali invasion. Yeah, we've watched a couple of these, and then I couldn't stand him, so I never watched him again. He's still got my sub. Because he probably exposed some town. No, it is like I should unsub to this guy. He's like not really what I like, you know? I should unsub. He got so big so fast being alarmist. But I never found his work entertaining. I am out to cancel the right wing. I think they support fucking child molesters. I think they alarmist fucking yellow journalists about shit that they caused. And I think I want to cancel that guy. Now, we heard something else about, I like Channel 5, but Andrew Callahan, you won't type? Okay, Andrew. See, there's trying to show the postman for some reason. Stop this now. Stop this. Stop this. Andrew Callahan. Allegations. So let's look at that. Oh no. Here's him on Lex Friedman responding to it. You know, it's weird. I watched him on Lex Friedman, and I watched that whole interview. No, why no sound? Oops.
A lot of people don't believe me. I've got receipts, I've got photos of us, I've got text messages, but you shouldn't need that. You should believe me, and you should
She's fucking hot.
stop supporting
I believe her.
Andrew Callahan. Take away his platform. He doesn't deserve it.
Famed YouTuber Andrew Callahan is accused of sexually assaulting
Gentrification means more hoes. What?
multiple women who came forward with their stories on TikTok.
I will tell you that he did eventually get consent. And that's the main point, is that he eventually got consent because he wore me down.
Accuser Carolyn Elise posted her TikTok last week, saying Callahan claimed he needed a place to stay and refused to leave her home, all before she was sexually assaulted.
And I was very clear about the fact that we are not hooking up. He gets in my bed and wears me down to the point where I eventually do agree to do things that I wasn't proud of.
Elise says Callahan texted her a, quote, skewed version of what happened. She maintains he coerced her into doing things she didn't want to.
I told him no so many times prior to this. I said, I'm tired, I'm not really feeling it. I came up with any excuse that I possibly could to just get him off of me.
Several days after Elise's video went viral, an accuser named Dana came forward.
I had hooked up with Andrew previously. He creeped me out, made me feel weird, was mean, demanding.
Dana told viewers she made it clear she no longer wanted to hook up with Callahan, but that he sexually assaulted her anyway.
He proceeded to put his hand down my pants. I told him to stop. I told him to get off of me multiple times.
Callahan rose to fame on the documentary series All Gas, No Brakes and the YouTube series Channel 5 News. Most recently, Callahan released a movie on HBO, which his accusers say was a catalyst in their TikToks.
This is really hard for me to say. I never thought I would come forward, but it's even more hard to have to relive the trauma that I endured every single day by seeing this man as a social justice warrior, as someone who cares about human rights, get a platform.
Excuse me for just a second.
So far, Callahan has not commented.
Wow, it's crazy. Like, every celebrity that I like has a really terrible bad past. Hello? Hey. Oh, you did? Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know why I didn't hear her. Let's go and check and see, because this is very bad. I keep missing phone calls. 304? I don't know how I missed the phone call. I'm sorry, because I've got the headphones in. It should really ring in my ears, and it just doesn't. I'm sorry. Oh, okay. That sounds good, yeah. Okay, well then, yeah, and if you want to go earlier, you can always just call, okay? Yeah, all right. I don't, it's your business. Okay, I won't, I'm sorry. When I went looking for Sissy because I let her out about an hour and a half ago, and your cat was outside my door, but not her. Have you seen her? Have you seen Sissy? Oh, good. Okay, that's good. Thank you. All right, I'll find her. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I saw your cat. He was down by my place, but that was like half an hour ago. Okay, well then, yeah, I'll see you at dinner. Okay, bye-bye. Sissy! Sissy! Well, she doesn't seem to want to come in, so he's out there too. Who cares? I don't care about this. So there's another. Oh shit! What did I do with the? What did I do with this thing? Did I put it away? No, I did something with it, and I shouldn't have. Oh no. Where did I put this? Oh no. Oh no. Well, it doesn't appear that it's fallen. There it is. Whew. Gotta put the thing in the case. So. I put a blanket on my legs. It's cold. This cord is starting to drive me fucking crazy. I hate the cord that came with the electric throw, though. It's so annoying. It's really big and bulky and gets in the way. I am here trying to get coal. How much coal do I need? 0 out of 5. Collect or scrap coal. Okay, so I've got a collect or scrap coal. Do I have unrefined coal? Sort by copper ore, iron ore, copper scrap, lead scrap. I'm looking for copper ore. Why did the copper ore not pop? Copper ore. Oops. Oh. Hello? Okay. Yeah, you want me to bring it now? Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Okay, see you in a sec. I've got to step away, guys. I'm sorry, but not very long, which is good. I will be right back. Wow. So, but these are these allegations of rape that he faced? He's like a serial pest. He's like a sex pest, but he's not a rapist. And if he's not in jail, I don't know. But it's like it's like excusing sexual assault, and I didn't realize. Wow.
Hey, deserving listeners, a lot of you have been asking me to react to this apology video by Andrew Callahan, in which he has been, I think, accused of some aggressive...
I'll be right back. Gotta go bring something to my family. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Had to run something upstairs. Warm blanket. I love electric blankets in the winter. Okay, here we go. Wow. Oh, right, the headphones. Oops. Psychology in Seattle. Never seen it before. Start over.
Hey, deserving listeners, a lot of you have been asking me to react to this apology video by Andrew Callahan, in which he has been, I think, accused of some sexual aggressive behavior. Let's get into it. My name is Dr. Kirk Honda. I'm a therapist and a professor. This is the Psychology in Seattle podcast and YouTube channel. Obviously, this video carries a trigger warning. If you have such triggers, talk to your therapist before watching this, of course. I thought I would actually watch another video that someone sent me as a background to this before I watch his response, so let's go to that.
In a far worse light. The internet's favorite vagabond is being accused of sexual coercion, manipulation, and assault by multiple women all across America.
Okay, so right off the bat, we're hearing that Andrew Callahan has been accused by multiple people of sexually assaulting them. When we hear that, usually that does mean that the individual has been indeed assaulting people. It's a well-known fact in our field that victims know that there are consequences to coming forward, so usually victims never come forward. The vast majority of sexual assault victims never report to anyone, maybe not even their friends and family, maybe not even their therapist. That can happen sometimes. So when people come forward, generally speaking, it is an indication that something happened. When you have multiple people coming forward, then almost always that indicates that a lot of things have happened, and often it's just the tip of the iceberg because the people who have come forward are deciding to, and there are consequences for them to do so. Andrew Callahan, I'm guessing, has a group of followers that will bully these people coming forward, I'm guessing, I don't know. And of course we live in a misogynistic society that will try to attack women in particular who come forward. So we're hearing that. Also, I have seen Andrew Callahan, I should say, a little bit on the internet or somewhere. He sort of had a amateur style of going around and interviewing people about various things. Actually, for those of you who don't know, let's watch one of his videos.
Yeah, he's a good friend, and this is a little bit more firm, and they're the best pillows I've ever had.
Which one do you prefer?
I prefer the softer one, the medium fill. The standard's a little tough on my neck.
Did you enjoy his pillows prior to his endorsement of Donald Trump?
Well, they've been around for a long time. I couldn't afford them. He cut the price.
So these are the videos that I remember seeing where he will go to rallies or protests and will interview people and seemingly find some very interesting characters, people with interesting points of view, with problematic points of view, with racist, misogynistic points of view, and he will get them to talk and out themselves as who they are. And I think the purpose is to reveal to the public what some of these people are saying and what they believe, and also to have something to laugh at, because it's usually done in a comedic manner. And so this is the style. I don't know if this is all that Andrew Callahan did. When I went on HBO Max, I saw that there was a documentary that he just released rather recently, just a few weeks ago, I think, in which he goes around to different rallies and will interview people about gun rights and abortion and other kinds of things.
Let's take a look back at Andrew's history with being accused of sexual misconduct. The first time dates back to June 10th, 2020, when an Instagram user named Sophia posted on their story alleging they hung out with him and he was trying so hard to F my drunk friend who made it clear she said no. And that Andrew is a manipulative ass mother effer who was using his platform to get girls to sleep with him. This user then posted a story from another alleged victim that said this: "Yeah, he went to school with me my freshman year, R-worded an underage girl in Seattle, and was a total creep to a bunch of other girls at my friend's high school in Seattle."
Wait, is he from Seattle? Yeah, it says he's 25 years old, born in Philadelphia, but grew up in Seattle in the Capitol Hill neighborhood. Okay, so we're hearing about his behavior. It seems like it might, at least the allegations, extend into his childhood, into when he was a teenager.
"I hung out with him once my freshman year when I was still 17, and he aggressively came on to me, even after I told him now multiple times, then tried to kiss me and get me to go back to his place even after I told him I was uncomfortable. Then he tried following me and my roommate home in the dark. This This user then claimed that 5 to 10 different women came forward claiming similar experiences with Andrew after he released his friend's story, 3 of which are allegedly underage. When confronted about the validity of the story, a Reddit user claiming to be file format stated this: "The incident happened. I spoke with the victim after. Andrew knows what he did. Multiple women have came forward, some publicly, others are scared too, and for good reason. Look at how y'all are acting." Then a 17-year-old came forward.
Okay, so we're seeing what I thought and figured, which is what would happen, which often this is what happens, is when you have a famous person who is accused of doing these sorts of things, the fans will attack the accusers, will attack the victims. And so I think we just saw some evidence of that. And that's another reason why a lot of people don't come forward. A lot of victims do not come forward. The vast, vast majority of victims do not come forward. This is an established fact in our field. It's perhaps getting slightly better. And there's a bit of a myth that I think is developing that with Me Too and more perpetrators being outed and identified as such, that we have solved the problem. We have not solved the problem. I'm guessing that the vast majority of the people in power who have abused their power to harm people in this way have still yet to be outed. Plus, that doesn't account for all the people who are perpetrators who are not famous, right? There are still all sorts of systems in place that keep victims quiet or punish victims. There are criminal justice systems that don't react well to victims when they come forward, that will protect perpetrators, particularly if they have privilege. So we have a long way to go.
Going into the bar and buying me shots, then pulled me around the corner and forcibly tried to make out with me until my roommate noticed and stopped him. Then he got her to go away again, and I kept telling him I had a boyfriend, and he said, "It's cool, I have a long-distance girlfriend, we are open. Do you want to have a threesome with us when she comes to town next week?"
So the allegations are pretty specific. They're not just saying he did something to me. I'm not showing you all the allegations, but the allegations have a lot of detail to it, which lend itself to credibility. We can't know for sure, obviously, but it lends itself to that. We are hearing a modus operandi, an MO, a pattern that the perpetrator will exhibit. They usually do. Perpetrators usually will follow the same pattern, the same set of behaviors. When we heard from the victims of Harvey Weinstein, we heard an extremely similar story over and over and over again. Bill Cosby had a very patterned MO, and we're hearing that, I think, about the allegations against Andrew Callahan. Essentially, what it sounds like he does is he will befriend women, and he will be very persistent. They keep giving him the cold shoulder. They keep saying no. They keep saying, "Get away from me," and he just persists. He just keeps trying, and he pressures them, and then eventually assaults them.
And kept me in a little corner, pushing me about until my roommate's boyfriend came over and tried to fight his 22-year-old ass. Then we broke away and tried to walk home, just the two of us, and he followed us by himself halfway back to the dorms until...
That's another part of his MO, is that after the women, the young women or the teenage girls will say no and get away from him, he will stalk them, essentially, follow them back home. If this is true, then yikes. I mean, there's so many things about this, obviously, that are yikes, but that's a level of predation that is pretty high, right? To get no, 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 and all these signals that the person doesn't want to be with you, and you just persist and persist, and then after they run away from you in fear, you follow them like you're in a horror movie or something, like you're a horror movie villain, right? I don't know, but it's starting to sound like there might be some sadism in there, some sexual sadism, maybe some psychopathy, lack of empathy. I don't know, obviously, but it's sounding pretty... I didn't realize. I thought it was just 1 or 2 mild allegations, which still would be horrible, but this sounds on a level that is... yikes.
I'm just gonna, in brief, say that I had hooked up with Andrew previously. He creeped me out, made me feel weird.
I'm learning that if something is liked, if something blows up, it's probably because... well, I don't know what it is. I don't know. His work was talented. It was, and he's given me a lot of times in his career. He's given me hope. You know, hope that we might maybe change. But then you learn that on the side he's like a rapist, and you're like, what the fuck? It's like Tupac. It's like, no, I'm gonna cancel Tupac as well. I'm never gonna listen to Tupac again. And I'm not going to ever fucking watch Andrew Callahan ever again. That's Channel 5. Jesus Christ. There's another one. I'm beginning to learn. What's that? There's an old There's an old cliche stereotype phrase I can't remember, and I'm going to allude to it in the hopes that you can help me pin down which phrase I'm thinking of. It's like, you might really... It's like you might really like a celebrity but don't hang out with them because the truth is a bunch of them don't really have good personal lives. What's that phrase? What's that joke? Never meet your heroes. Okay, so explore the theme of separate the art from the artist, because I can't really separate the guy who did Ren and Stimpy from his life. I can't separate Ren and Stimpy from his life. I can't separate those Nickelodeon executives from their lives. I can't separate Kevin Spacey from his life. I can't separate Andrew Callahan or Tupac Shakur. These were rapists and bad people. Is it okay morally? Is the current outlook from the internet that it's okay to like somebody's work even if they are like a pederast or something? Okay, so but once the art is released, it belongs to the audience. Sexual violence, yeah, practical approaches people use. Contextual consumption, financial boycotting, posthumous separation. You mentioned Picasso and H.P. Lovecraft, and I knew Picasso was kind of insane and chopped off his ear and had a lot of crazy relationships, but what's the spill the tea behind H.P. Lovecraft? Was he a rapist or something? I've never heard anything about H.P. Lovecraft's personal life. Extreme racism. Extreme racism. I did not know. Thank you. I had no idea. H.P. Lovecraft. Was he the guy who did the Cthulhu stuff? Jesus Christ. So Cthulhu is actually just this fucked up metaphor for people of color? The Call of Cthulhu, the people worshiping are almost exclusively described as mixed blood, savage, or degenerate non-white groups, specifically in Louisiana swamps and the South Seas. So, oh my god. To Lovecraft, the horror wasn't just the monster, but the idea that primitive people were working to bring about the end of white civilization. Are you fucking serious? Slithering, vicious slime, and monsters describe both as fictional monsters and the real-life immigrants he saw in New York City. Oh. I can't believe how deep this goes. This was just a crazy... Okay, thank you. This was an extremely helpful conversation. I've had this existential dread recently. You know, okay, thank you. This was a very helpful conversation. I've had this existential dread recently that, like, every single artist that I've ever liked had a terrible, terrible personal life, because a whole bunch of them did, like, factually. And I'm wondering maybe if modern art is actually just this giant rape fest, and if we like the art that they create, we're basically complicit with rape or whatever. And that was all the themes you were talking about. Racism, fear, H.P. Lovecraft, morals and ethic dilemmas around parasocial relationships, and I mean, it spans so many different topics, and but anyways, thank you. I meant to say thank you. This was really good. Alright, so... what was that? Wow, can I block that door? Yeah, I probably can block that door. No. Science and small guns. Yeah. I love my little bobblehead collection. Nothing new, huh? No. Alright.
Was mean, demanding. He hit me up
You put me on loud and I didn't realize. I'm sorry about that, guys.
again after this time to hang out with me again, and I said, no, I don't want to hang out with you anymore. I don't want to sleep with you ever again. Asked me why. I told him why. He invited me to go out to dinner so he could apologize. I go to the dinner. He's not really talking to me. And then I'm like, so did you have something you wanted to say? And he's like, oh yeah, do you want to have sex in your car after this? And I was like, no, I don't. Is there anything else you want to say? And he was like, oh, yeah. Sorry if I made you feel uncomfortable. Are you joking? You really don't want to have sex in your car after?
So this lends itself to credibility as well, because not only is it a very similar story to the seemingly dozens of other stories from other people who didn't know each other in different towns. There are people in Seattle. Apparently he lived in New Orleans for a while, and there are similar stories there. Another town that he's lived in, maybe LA, I don't know. So if this story is true, there would be two main hypotheses. One is that he lacks the ability to understand what people are trying to tell him, which I don't think is true. He, in his videos, exhibits that he can think fast enough and well enough to be able to manage getting an HBO TV show. The other option is that he absolutely does know that he is putting women in very difficult situations that they don't like, that they feel predated upon, that they feel assaulted. So then you have to ask, well, why would he want to do that to someone? Well, there is a thing, I don't know about Andrew Callahan, but I have treated people with sadism or sexual sadism. It's a personality disorder. It's not included in the DSM anymore, but it absolutely is a personality disorder. It's part of the dark tetrad. For whatever reason, either genetically or experience-wise in their early life, they developed a personality in which they take a tremendous amount of pleasure by harming other people, by putting people through harm. This can be a sexual pleasure, or it can just be pleasure. Some of these individuals will prey on other people, but many of them will prey on people online because it's so much easier to make people uncomfortable or to harm others through the anonymity of the internet, right? But there are obviously a lot of people who will harm people in person as well. So there's a fair amount of people in the prison system who have this disorder and have been caught in their harm of other human beings, whether it's through violence, torture, or sexual sadism, sexual assault. So when I hear these stories, it sounds like, potentially, I can't know obviously without assessing him, but it sounds like someone who wakes up in the morning and lives a life just like anyone else, but in the way that you might like to have a good meal at the end of the day, or you might like to have consensual sex with your partner. For people who have these kinds of red flags, like Andrew Callahan does right now, these individuals also want to harm others sexually. They want to put people in situations where they feel uncomfortable, where they feel forced to do things that they don't want to do, where they might be actually being actively traumatized. This is an extremely rare personality disorder, by the way. I want to emphasize that. It is even rarer than psychopathy.
I am stuck inside the station in X4 Foundations, and I can't get out, and I don't have any previous saves far enough. How do I get out of the station? Is there anything I can do? In a different sector. That's a...
be, or what the internet will call sociopaths, people with antisocial personality disorder, and listen to all my deep dives on that.
He doesn't show emotion. Or, well, no, I've seen him laugh before. But no, I don't know.
If you want to hear, there are some distinctions potentially based on certain clinical literature, but it's pretty rare that individuals will have this disorder, but they're out there. And they will often create a wake of destruction and trauma behind them as they abuse people.
No, I don't want to do that. Get out of my car.
Okay, so I won't show everything that this individual is saying because it was pretty graphic in terms of a sexual assault. But if you want to watch this, by the way, this YouTube channel is called The Buckingham Show, so you can watch the full. I recommend if you're interested. There's a lot of detail in here, a lot of good reporting seemingly. And so this individual is talking about a pretty graphic assault from Andrew Callahan. It's not just pressuring, it's an account of a physical assault against an individual. Truly awful. Awful.
Quickly and erratically down the road, I pulled into a busier street and I stopped abruptly, thinking, like maybe someone will realize something is wrong, or if someone is honking at me, like he'll feel uncomfortable and want to leave the car. But I guess it did make him uncomfortable that I did that, and I told him to get the fuck out of my car, and he was like, "Can I at least get a kiss goodbye?"
What?
All right, I never thought I'd make a video like this, but I think there's an important conversation to be had, and I just want to be fully accountable, honest, and transparent with all of you guys. So I'd like to start by thanking every single person who's came out in the past week.
Thanking them.
To speak about different ways in which my behavior has made them feel uncomfortable or pressured during a sexual situation, and to people who said that I've made unwanted advances and had a hard time with rejection. I'm sure this was not easy to do. It's never easy to speak out. And
I will say that his style of responding is better seeming than other people in the situation. At least he's saying something a lot of times people don't. And he is not blaming the victims. He's not saying they didn't happen. Maybe he will. But the beginning is promising. However, the way in which he describes what he did, he says, let's rewind it and hear the wording, but he's saying, I was pressuring and I was having a hard time with rejection. With the way that the story sounded, and there were multiple people who had very similar stories, and we just have to imagine there are so many others who have not come forward because of the consequences for doing so are so great. The allegations describe him as wanting people to be uncomfortable by pressuring people who obviously and repeatedly indicate that they are not into it. That is not someone who is not understanding what's happening or who is having a hard time with rejection. If anything, he seemed to crave rejection. I don't know that, obviously, but the allegations are in line with perpetrators who actually want rejection. They don't want people to say yes. They only want people to say no because that's what they get pleasure from. They get pleasure from people saying no and them overpowering them. Think of Bill Cosby, the allegations against him. At the height of his powers for many, many years, he could have had sex with all sorts of people, and maybe he did, and yet he still would drug people, allegedly, and assault them while they were asleep. There's no functional reason why you would do that unless you get pleasure from doing that. It's not a means to an end. It is the end to pressure someone. So the way that he is described to have behaved, it doesn't sound like someone who is the way that he's summarized in this room.
every single person who's came out in the past week to speak about different ways in which my behavior has made them feel uncomfortable or pressured during a sexual situation, and to people who
uncomfortable or pressured in a sexual situation. I mean, I guess that is true. It's not a lie, but it's a minimization, I would say. Maybe he'll get into it.
Who said that I've made unwanted advances. And
how do I provide the station with a budget?
A hard time with rejection. It didn't sound like that to me. It sounded like that was the whole point, was that he wanted to put people in situations where they would reject him, and then that's when the pressure and the assault would become even more severe. These are allegations, of course. I can't know if they're true, but they sound credible.
I'm sure this was not easy to do. It's never easy to speak out, and it was hard for me to hear as well, because to be honest with you, up until this point, I didn't even really realize that I had this pattern that had affected multiple people.
Again, it's good that he's saying that he appreciates people coming forward, but then he says, I didn't even know I had this pattern. That's hard to believe. If any of the accounts are accurate or credible or truthful, it'd be hard to believe that a perpetrator who does that sort of thing would not know that they are pressuring people. The stories aren't just he pressured someone, they kind of gave him the cold shoulder, and then he kept persisting. That's not what we heard. What we heard were people saying, no, I don't want to, and him continuing to do it, and on multiple occasions with the same people, right? And then forcing himself physically on other people after they've indicated no, 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 no. It doesn't sound like someone who wouldn't know what they're doing.
It's by my closest collaborators, and my name was printed in 40 different news outlets next to the words sexual misconduct, and I just kind of spiraled into a mental health crisis.
That's not the word misconduct. That's too light. This is, I don't know what's going to get me canceled, what's going to get me taken off of YouTube, but the R word is definitely a descriptor of the allegations. Sexual assault, sexual predation, sexual crimes have been occurred, allegedly. It's not just misconduct. Misconduct sounds like you told a bad joke at a work party or something. That's not what we heard from the alleged victims.
I'm okay now, but I don't really think this is about me. This is about the people that I've affected. So I just want to express my complete sympathy, respect, and support for anyone who I've done wrong by. And I really want to do better and be fully accountable for everything.
All right, so in my deep dive on apologies, I developed a system of analyzing apologies and how to differentiate between a non-apology and an apology. And often these public figures will provide what I would call a type of non-apology, which is to say you're sorry. You know, they'll say, I'm sorry, I take full accountability, I apologize. They'll say those words. I feel bad for those individuals. They will say those phrases. He, I think, has a lot of money and can pay for consultants to help him with this. And I think he has a lot of internet savvy, at least he has demonstrated. I think, from my understanding, he just started his own YouTube channel and worked his way up in notoriety where he had his own.
This user then posted a story from
which is to say you're sorry. You know, they'll say, I'm sorry, I take full accountability, I apologize. They'll say those words. I feel bad for those individuals. They will say those phrases. He, I think, has a lot of money and can pay for consultants to help him with this. And I think he has a lot of internet savvy, at least he has demonstrated. I think, from my understanding, he just started his own YouTube channel and worked his way up in notoriety where he had his own HBO documentary that's centered on him. So you have to have a lot of internet savvy to get to that point, right? So there's a possibility, I can't know, that he has calculated that if he says the right things, that he can get his career back on track. The proof is in the pudding. So if he actually cares about these individuals and is actually sorry, then he will highlight their story. He will say, they said this about me, and that is horrific what I did. What I did is potentially criminal. What I did was absolutely victimizing, and there's no excuse, and something's wrong with me. Would be the thing. So that would be an apology. And a non-apology is to say you're sorry, but not really identify the transgression and not really care about the effect that you've had on other people. So I don't know, maybe after this video is only a few minutes longer, so maybe subsequently after this he has actually done things that have demonstrated a true apology, but it's not sounding promising at this point. If he came out of the gate and said, I have a problem, I have committed some serious assaults on other people of varying degrees, and I have a problem, and I'm so sorry for You will hear people say this often when they're being convicted, when they're in court, and they're being faced with statements from the victims. This doesn't always happen, obviously, but it can. Perpetrators can sincerely turn to the victims in court or otherwise and legit seemingly apologize, can authentically apologize for their effect on other people. It happens. So I've seen that before. You might have seen those things before, and this doesn't look like it yet. Maybe it will. Let's watch.
Everything that I've done. So that being said, I want to make a few things clear. I've always taken no for an answer. As far as consent, I've never.
Again, these are allegations, innocent until proven guilty, but it's hard to believe given the multiple accounts from multiple victims in multiple cities over multiple years, going back to high school. I mean, he's 25, so it wasn't that long ago for him, but 8 years, 9 years, maybe longer. Seemingly dozens of people who have come forward with their face and name and have identified themselves and given very detailed accounts that are very specific and oddly familiar across victims that sound extremely credible. Could they all be lying? Sure, they could be. Absolutely. I can't know that. But if I were to put my money down on something, I would say that all of the victims and their stories are true. If that's true, then yikes. He just says that he's always taken no for an answer. That's not what the victims are saying.
Complete sympathy, respect, and support for anyone who I've done wrong by. And I really want to do better and be fully accountable for everything that I've done. So that being said, I want to make a few things clear. I've always taken no for an answer. As far as consent, I've never overstepped that line. But, I think I want to have a more nuanced and important conversation about power dynamics, pressure, and coercion.
Maybe this is authentic, maybe it's real, maybe he is emerging into awareness. He has a long way to go, but maybe he will get there eventually. But I don't know. But he's invoking phrases. Given his internet savvy, I assume that he has thought a lot about his response, and this is much more calculated than it is coming across. It comes across as quite off the cuff and genuine, and maybe it is, but who knows? Anyway, it's a possibility that he has observed how other
dude is breaking the bank.
Position have been accused of these.
I'm up 4,000 caps.
Have incurred a bit of cancellation, but
makes me happy.
Relatively unscathed.
Keep buying.
CK, for example, he was accused of abusing his power of his position and forced women into situations that they were extremely uncomfortable with. And he was outed for that, and he seemingly took responsibility and apologized. I don't know that, don't quote me on that. And then over time, he, I think, managed to get his career kind of back in order, not the way it was before, but he, I think, is still working and still respected by many. So I don't know, but Andrew Callahan right now is using phrases along those lines. Like I have a lot to learn about the nuances of power, because that is a much more palatable story to the public. I would imagine that
the
for
nuances of
someone
power
who has power, like you are a boss and you have 5 employees, and you ask, you have a crush on one of your employees, and you ask one of them to go on a date or something, and they feel pressured because you're the boss, and they go on a date with you, but they didn't really want to go on a date with you, and then you try to kiss them goodnight, and they give in, and the victim kisses goodnight, and then the next day they tweet or they call HR or something, and there's allegations of an inappropriate, abusive relationship that predates on someone that is a subordinate. That story on the cancellation scale, if you will, is not as high as what we are hearing from the victims. The victims are talking about things that are far, far beyond that scenario. But he's using language that, I can imagine if someone hadn't heard the allegations, they would hear his apology here, and they would think, oh, it must have just been some mild thing that happened at work. It was a mild power nuance thing. He'll learn, and so then he can get his career back on track.
For everything that I've done. So that being said, I want to make a few things clear. I've always taken no for an answer. As far as consent, I've never overstepped that line. But, you know, I think I want to have a more nuanced and important conversation about power dynamics, pressure, and coercion.
No.
Because, you know, like I said, I think for
it doesn't
for a long
excuse
time,
it.
I was behaving in a
You're
way
a
that I actually
sex
thought
pest.
was normal.
You're a sex
I thought
pest.
that,
That's
you
not
know,
normal.
Going home from the bar alone made you a loser.
Yeah, it's so interesting.
So did I
don't know what's happening, obviously, but if the allegations are true, it is interesting the way that he's framing this. Now, either he's telling the truth and everyone else is lying, which I guess is a long shot, but possible, and you know, I suppose that's possible. But if the victims are being truthful, then he either sees it this way, this is how he perceives it, which does happen. People will they will predate on others, and they will go into denial about it. They'll say, no, that never happened, and they'll just you know, we have a very robust, competent skill of denial. When we don't want to think about something, we will not think about it. And it's a chance that that's what we're witnessing here. There's another chance that he absolutely knows what he has done, but he is calculating a response so that he can get his career back on track. He just blew up. He just got his HBO situation going. He's been, I Googled him, and he's been interviewed on CNN and all these other places. He's about to become gigantic, and right at that time, suddenly his career is seemingly potentially coming to an end. Like he would have to go back to school to figure out another career or something, or get a job at a restaurant or in retail or something. Like, that's where he's at. Maybe he could retire on whatever he's saved up, but anyway, you could imagine that he would think pretty long and hard about how he should respond, and he might be savvy enough to know that if he just denies everything, then he'll just be canceled, because people will tend to believe the victims. But if he massages it in a certain way and he spins it, he'll say, I agree, and I feel sorry for what I did, and I will not throw the victims under the bus, but I frame it this way. If I can frame it in a way that shows that I am a young man who feels insecure and I didn't know what else to do, no one taught me, and now I've learned my lesson, then maybe I can get my career back. It's really interesting the way he says this. I could see someone, if they hadn't heard the allegations or they were looking for an excuse to, and maybe that's the point, like Andrew Callahan might calculate that his fans are looking for any excuse to stay on board, and if he can give them an excuse, then he will do that. And so this could be that. It's him not disagreeing with the allegations, but it's him reframing it in this whole other storyline. Okay, so let's adjourn there and tune in next time when I continue watching and reacting in part 2. So everyone out there, please take care of yourself, because you deserve it. You really, really do. Hey, deserving listeners, a lot of you have been asking me to react to this apology video. Talking about things that are far, far beyond that. Hey, deserving listeners, it's time to continue reacting to Andrew Callahan's apology, his response to the allegations that he sexually assaulted a number of women. Let's watch.
But, you know, I think I want to have a more nuanced and important conversation about power dynamics, pressure, and coercion. Because, you know, like I said, I think for a long time, I was behaving in a way that I actually thought was normal. I thought that, you know, going home from the bar alone made you a loser. I thought that persistence was a form of flattery.
So all this could be true. All of this will play into coercive victimization of
I had a friend like this when I was a child.
Because men are taught that they're a loser if they don't.
It works too. It works. Like, so my first girlfriend, there's this dude at her school who didn't resent me, didn't care, didn't know me, didn't care how he felt or how I felt or anything about that. He was just weird like that. He just didn't care. But there's this dude named Randy, and he was Randy, and we were introduced as, hi, this is Randy, he's Randy. You know, that's how they introduced him. They were like, hi, this is Randy, you know, he's a cool guy, but he's Randy, right? And that was how my first girlfriend introduced me to him. That's how I came to know him. And he was a cool dude. He did a lot of drugs, but he was a cool dude, you know. He was an interesting guy. He had a good personality. I got along with him. But he would do something that I just couldn't fathom or understand, which is he would just full-blown hit on my girlfriend while I was standing there. It should be like, dude, my boyfriend's standing here. And I'd be like, dude, I'm fucking standing here. Do not hit on my fucking girlfriend in front of me. And he's like, what? Like, she's fucking hot. I would fuck the shit out of her. What? And you could tell he was just like that was his shtick. He was like, what? I would fuck the shit out of her. What? You ashamed of it or whatever? He's like, dude, I don't mean anything by it. You're not going to hurt me, right? And it's like, no, I don't care, but just stop hitting on her right the fuck in front of me. And he's like, no, I've been after her for years. You know, come on, just let me try. And so, come on, you won't sleep with me or whatever? And it's like, come on, man. Like, it's all a joke. He's laughing. He's pressuring her. It's all funny and stuff. But, like, you could tell he did this every day. Be like, hey, will you, can I crack that lock? Can I get with you or whatever? And I was like, he's been pestering you like this for years? And she was like, yeah, like, for like 3 years now, every day he asked me if I'll sleep with him. So then we broke up in sophomore year. A year later, after we had dated for a full year, from Valentine's Day to Valentine's Day, we broke up on Valentine's Day. Then I saw her again when I was like 20 years old. I didn't see her again for like 5 years, besides at parties and stuff. You know, I didn't really like hang out with her and stuff. But see her across the room at a party or that kind of thing. But we just didn't. We weren't social again. Though we did love each other, and we were good friends. So I see her again for 5 years, and we kind of pick up again. We don't fuck again, but like she's kind of shopping me, and I'm just wondering if she's thinking about it. And she takes me down to visit her school I call her up, and I'm like, you know, I heard you're really proud of going to a school down south called St. John's, and I'm actually looking at making that be my final alma mater and getting my degree in writing down there. And I'm just calling you to get your opinion, or maybe see if I could get a reference from you if you've been a successful student there. And she was like, not only will I give you a reference, come down and party with us for like a weekend and shit, and I'll show you what it's like at the school. And I was like, really? And she was like, yeah, come on down. So she has me hop in her car in Denver. We drive all the way to Santa Fe, which is 4.5 hours away. And we go and we party in the school for 3 days. And she has me like sit in on some classes and stuff and all this. And we're sitting there drinking, and I remember asking her, I was like, you remember that dude Randy? And she was like, yeah. And I was like, whatever happened to him? I was like asking about old people, old chums from school and stuff, that DSA, the Denver School of Arts, where she went. And she was like, yeah, I slept with him once. And I was like, you slept with him once? And she was like, yeah, once. And I was like, wow, really? You slept with him once? She was like, yeah, I was single. And he just kept asking every day for the whole 4 years of high school. He just kept asking. He was persistent. I eventually respected him. I was like, you know, and so, yeah, in senior year, when I was single in the summer, I slept with him. And I was like, wow, that actually works? And she was like, yeah, you'd be surprised. Persistent works. I respected it. It was 4 years of banging on my door. That's how she worded it. She was like, it was 4 years of banging on my door. I always knew it was jokes and jests and larks and laughs and stuff. But I could see that his energy was there. He did want to fuck me. So I just was like, well, I'm going to do it. I'm going to go see what it's like. And she did. She fucked him. And she was a promiscuous girl, but she wasn't like in a bad way. I wouldn't say she was like sexually promiscuous. She just like had like notches on her belt, you know. I doubt she slept with more than 50 people though. Just like me, I doubt she slept with more than 50 dudes. She's not really like that. I know her very well, but she did have like me, she had a very kind of like varied past, and she slept with him. And I was like, do you feel shame for sleeping with him? And she was like, no. After 4.5 years of him banging on my lock, just asking me every day at school whether I had a boyfriend or not, I finally wondered if there was something there that I should find out about him. So I tried it, and she was like, no, the sex sucked. There was no potential that he was going to be my boyfriend, because he hits on every girl that he meets. and all that shit. And I was like, wow, persistence works, huh? I never really thought that shit worked. I thought he was kind of like a sex pest type dude. And she was like, he never did anything like naughty to anybody, but you know, she was like, he was never a bad guy. He never ever touched a woman inappropriately, but he definitely did pressure every girl in the school every day. And you know, he was a skinny, attractive Italian dude. Women did sleep with him. And he wasn't like a fat, feckless dude or a weird guy who you wouldn't think would be like that or anything like that. He was a young, attractive, like, you know, Sinatra-looking dude. And that did work for him. It was a stick that worked for him. And I'm sure he slept with thousands of women and probably has STDs and stuff. I guarantee it. But, you know, but that persistence thing, it did teach me a lesson. I think what he's talking about is kind of weird. I know some dudes who are persistent like that. They're just persistent. Like one of my best friends, he's persistent, but he does have a problem. He brought crabs home to his marital bed, and he gets caught cheating all the time. And his wife stays with him because they have an autistic kid together, and they don't want to like screw over his life. But you could tell they're not very happy with each other. I don't think they've ever been. But they keep the relationship going for their kids. And I respect that, but also it's sort of weird that he sleeps around on her so much. And I don't know how I view this, but it's like, I don't know. I don't know what the difference between persistence and being a sex pest is, kind of. And I watched that dude Randy be inappropriate. He'd be like, yo, like, you want to go fuck in my car? He was straight say that while I was standing there next to my girlfriend. I'm smoking a cigarette, and I'm like, dude, do I have to kick your fucking ass? I'm like laughing, but I'm also uncomfortable. I'm like, dude, do I have to kick your ass? You know, it's kind of weird. And there's like 7 people standing there, so it's like, he's like, no, I don't mean anything by it. Just joshing you, or whatever. And he's like, no, I don't mean anything by it. But it's like, you do, dude, you do. And it's funny because it's so forward. I don't know how to deal with this, and we're joking with him about it because he's not joking. He does want to bang your girlfriend, and he's like, what? Can you blame me? That was his strategy, and it worked. I was like, no, I don't blame you. No, you know, I don't blame you. She's the hottest girl I've ever met. No, I don't blame you. Yeah, I get it. But that thing about persistence, she wasn't wrong. He wasn't wrong. She did sleep with him. It took him 5 years to crack that lock. She spoke about it that way. She was like, he kept hammering at my lock for 5 fucking years. Every day I would go to school, whether I had a boyfriend, whether I was single, whether I was sleeping around or anything like this. It didn't matter, or not sleeping around, but she was never someone to sleep around, but she was just like, whether I was being promiscuous or not, he would bang on my lock every day, like, you know, until finally in senior year in the summer, I went over to his house and fucked him one night. And I was like, how was it? You know, was it good? What did you learn from this? And she was like, no, he sucked in bed. I was terrified he was going to give me STDs. And afterwards, he never spoke to me again. He acted like I didn't exist in the halls. And I was like, wow, that shit works. Like, you know, and she was like, do you know how many men proposition me? And I was like, yeah, I do. And she was like, not many I actually do it. And, you know, she was like, not many I actually do it. And I was like, yeah, I know. I've never viewed you as a slut or something like that. She was like, do you view me as a slut for sleeping with him? And I was like, no. I mean, I just figured that, you know, that eventually maybe you were curious about, you know, what that was about or whatever. I get curious about some girls that I'm around. I'm like, I wonder if it could be something there. You know, I don't blame people for being attracted to each other. That's fine. But hitting on you in front of me really bothered me. And she was like, yeah, that really bothered me too. I was like, shut the fuck up, Randy. Like, you can stop hitting on me in front of my boyfriends and shit. And she was like, I dealt with that all throughout my high school, all throughout my high school career. And then finally in senior year, I slept with him and I was like, was it good? Was it bad? And she was like, no, it was bad. And then he never spoke to me again. And then it was really bad. It was, I feel ashamed for doing it now. And I was like, wow. But I learned that lesson. I was like, yeah, persistence does work. Like, for instance, when I met Cloud Candy, I told her, I was like, I'm scared you might be the love of my life. And I told her that like 7 months after we met or something like that. But the day we met, she was on a date. And I talked to her for 5 hours while she was on a date with a dude named Quinn. Full blown, we're like, dude, Quinn was cool too. He was in the back of the coffee shop like me. He was dope. That dude was dope. I really liked Quinn, actually. I thought he was a dope dude. I was like, man, you're so lucky. I was saying stuff like that. I was like, Jesus Christ, she's amazing. He's like, yeah, you know, I just gave her a place to live, you know. She was homeless. homeless, and she was living at the shelter, and so I gave her a place to live. And I was like, this girl was homeless, and she told me her life story, and I was like, why are you homeless? You're the most beautiful woman I've ever met or even conceived of, better than Hollywood. And she's like tittering and stuff because she can tell I'm serious. But I'm like, why, you are like the most beautiful girl I've ever met. How are you homeless? And she's like, I don't know. It just works out that way. That's the struggle is real. I don't have any money. And I was like, oh God, okay, you're an honest girl. I like it. She was a huge turn on to me. We told each other all of our life secrets, all of our drug addictions, the time she had cheated, and all this other stuff. She like all this stuff, like, you know, what she had been doing, who she was. She just told me who she was, every bit of who she was, all there. While she was on a date with some other dude, I just happened to talk to her. They're like, her boyfriend offered me kratom, and we were watching the fire in the back of the coffee shop and stuff. And I just happened to sit down next to him. There was no plan. There was nothing. I was like, there's a beautiful girl. And I go on to like looking at my phone, listening to music and stuff, talking to my friends, getting high and shit. And then we end up talking, and then 5 hours later, she's like, I'm getting your number, talk to me or whatever. I fucks with you, add me to Facebook and all this shit. And I was like, okay. And it just went on from there. But and then I didn't see her again for like 7 months until one day we're like on the light rail, and she and a friend from the shelter are going home to the shelter at South Broadway in Iowa, which is only a couple blocks from where I was born. That's Louisiana and Broadway. That's really like pretty much my neck of the woods. That's like a block from where I lived. She was living in a shelter a block from where I lived. And so we wander across each other's shelter. She's like, I remember you. I told you everything I ever did. And she was like, you know, I've never told anybody that. And she was like, I told you all my life secrets. Like, it was the opening conversation on the light rail. And I was like, I told you all my life secrets. And she was like, how's your ex-girlfriend? And she was like, and I was like, yeah, I haven't seen her in fucking 7 months or something or when I was like 4. I think I was like, I haven't seen her in 4 months. She shot up AIDS and Hep C right in front of me. And I got out of the car and I never spoke to her again. And she was like, that's what you should have done. And I was like, yeah. And I was like, that's it. She was like, I'm proud of you. I'm so proud you did that. And I was like, yeah, I got away from the heroin girl. She was destroying me. I was like so in love with her for 5 years, and she led me down that blind dark hallway. And she was like, yeah, I'm really glad you're not with her anymore. And that's how the conversation was. She was like, I'm really glad you're not with her anymore. And I was like, I wonder if this girl might actually be my thing. I might actually hit on her. And so I was like, you know, are you single? And she was like, yeah. And I was like, you know, will you date me? And she was like, oh no, I have many men who are interested in me. I can't date anybody. And I was like, what? And she was like, yeah, I have many men who are interested in me. I can't date anybody or that would ruin that. And she was like, I take gifts from many men. And I was like, what? And she was like, I take a lot of gifts from a lot of men. I don't ever sleep with them. They just send me gifts. And she was rolling with this badass, like African-American girl. And the girl was tittering about it, but she was like, that's true. They're both tittering about it. And I was like, they thought it was funny. And I was like, get those single dollars. And they were like, yup. And I was like, I don't resent that. I'm not gonna tell you to not take gifts from men. Men are fucking dumb. And she was like, yeah, men are dumb. They send me free shit all the time. And I'm like, oh my God. And the girl next to her is like tittering and stuff. And the girl next to her really likes me. She wants to fuck me. And it's just crazy. And she's like, why don't you fuck my friend? And I'm like, I'm not after your friend. We had to have this conversation later. She brings her friend over to my house in the garage. And we smoke weed and drink because I'm the only person that they know that has alcohol and weed and shit. They're like 20 and they're like young and they don't know anybody in that town because they're both the other girl was in from LA and Cloud was in from some other place I can't say. And they weren't from Denver, so I was like the only person there that they knew who had weed and liquor and shit. And so we drank wine and smoked weed in my backyard. She introduced me to her friend, and this I find out later this is on purpose. She was like, I really liked you, and I decided that you need a girlfriend, and I don't think it should be me, so I brought you my best friend. And this is something they all do. All the super hot 10s that I'm in love with, they bring me their best friends. For some reason, they're like, I can't be that one for you because I'm not honest like you. I can't be, or whatever. They don't say it like that, but they're like, I do scandalous stuff. I don't want to do that to you, is usually their argument with me. So then they try and introduce me to their best friend, and then we have this terrible oh shit moment in our best friendship where I'm like, but I don't want them. And they're like, and the girl goes, what? And I go, they're like, this girl really wants to fuck you. She had me bring her over here, and she wants me to leave now, and she wants to fuck you. And I'm like, but I don't want to fuck her. I want to fuck you. You know? And she's like, and she blushes, Cloud blushes, they all blush, and I'm like, but I don't want to fuck her, I want to fuck you. You're the one I'm after. And we had this open conversation about it. I'm like, you're the one I'm after. I'm fucking full-blown head over heels in love with you. When I think of a Disney princess and I think of like Elsa or whatever, you're the one, you're the girl's face who pops in my fucking head, and I can't stop thinking about you like that, and I'm fucking sprung, and you're half my age. I shouldn't be around you. You're like half my age. You're like 20 years old. And she's like, yeah, I know. You know, and she's like, how old are you? And I'm like, 35. And she's like, that's too old. My dad is like 42. And I'm like, yeah, I know. And she's like, that's too old. And I'm like, yeah, I know. It's too old. You're too young for me. And she's like, why do we get along so well? And I'm like, I don't know, chemistry or whatever. And she's like, you won't sleep with my friend? And I was like, no, because I'm scared that it'll ruin any chance that you and I have. And she was like, my friend will fuck you right now. She wants me to leave. And she wants me to leave her here. And she wants me to open the door for her with you. And she wants to date you. And I was like, yeah, I don't care. I think that's going to ruin my chances with you. And she looks at me weird. She's like, I believe it would. And I was like, yeah, I'm not going to sleep with your friend, but you know, you guys are cool and I don't have to sleep with you either. It's fine if you're with somebody or you don't want to be with me. I understand that. I've had that all throughout my life. Sometimes people just aren't open to LTRs right now. That's okay. That happens, you know? And she was like, yeah, that's where I'm at. I would date you. She was like, I would date you, you know? And I was like, okay, well, let's just keep being friends and stuff. And then it progressed from there. But eventually I began to understand that, like, I was not pestering her. I was just after her. I chased her. I sent her stuff. I bought her stuff. When I wronged her, I apologized about it and I told her and I confessed and all this stuff, all this weird stuff that I wouldn't normally do. I would have just like tried to hide or whatever, but no, with her, I knew I couldn't lie to her ever or any of that stuff. I was like, I can't lie to you ever. I can't ever like take advantage of you or anything like that. I can't ever like do you wrong or screw you over in any way. I know it's going to be bad if I do that. It'll be like locking myself out of heaven, you know? And she was like, I understand that and stuff. She was like, give me a year. She was like, give me a year. I'll be older. Like, not older, but just like, you know, I'll be more mature and I won't be living in a shelter and stuff. And she's like, this might go somewhere. And she does. She like come, and then a year later, I come back and I was like, well, I've got this business and I have a car now and I'm like running Uber and I'm a Uber Eats driver and I'm a Grubhub driver and I'm a drug dealer and I have an expensive $50,000 luxury sedan, you know, a fucking Nissan Acura from 2020. And I was like, I'm king shit on the block and now I'm living with this girl downtown and I'm her boyfriend and she's letting me live in this prestigious apartment downtown. And Cloud's like, let me see the apartment. And I did. I took her to the apartment and I introduced her to my girlfriend. And I took her home afterwards, which my current girlfriend didn't like, but I was like, well, I'm a taxi driver. I got to take her home now. And she's like, well, take me with you. And I was like, no, because I'm not coming back for like a day. And she was like, okay. And I left with Cloud. And she was like, that girl's cool, but I don't think she's your type. And I was like, I don't think so either. I think you're my type. And she's like, why? You know, she's like, you're so persistent. You constantly put me up on some pedestal and you constantly chase me and you're persistent. And I see that. But she was like, but why not just be happy with your current girlfriend? And I was like, I don't know. I think you're it. I think you're the one. And that persistence, I kept at that for the same way that Randy did, but the problem is Randy wasn't in love with my girlfriend. He just wanted to fuck my girlfriend, you know, from high school and shit. I was actually in love with Cloud, and I kept at it for 5 fucking years. I kept doing it. I wouldn't compromise. I wouldn't be with other girls. I would, but I wouldn't do like, I wouldn't ever cheat or anything. I wouldn't do anything that would ever like screw up her opinion of me. And it went like that. And eventually I even wronged her, and I confessed that, and that impressed her even more because she was like, nobody who's ever screwed me over has ever gotten back and fixed it. And I was like, yeah. And I came back and I paid her like triple what I took, and I admitted why and all this stuff. And then we had this like year-long relationship in the garage where I kept trying to crack that fucking lock, but she was terrified of it because she's shopping somebody real and forever the same way I'm shopping somebody real and forever. She was looking for long-term, and it scared her that I was a drug dealer, I was a drug addict, and I was like, you know, a credit card thief and a problem, and I was living in a garage and totally feckless. I would like steal wantonly from stores and stuff like this. I was like this crazy rat running in the streets with totally no inhibitions whatsoever, you know? fucking girls in the ass, fucking them in my car, sleeping with 2 girls at a time sometimes, sleeping with Craigslist girls. You know, I used protection. I was careful and stuff. Very, very careful. But I mean, like, you know, like I went through a sexual revolution thing where I slept with like 30 fucking Craigslist girls. I put some notches on my belt. And she knew all that stuff. It was kind of crazy. And at the end, I was just like, I can't, like, you know, I can't continue to try. Eventually, I was like, I'm never being in love with my best friend ever again. I can't continue to try to crack a lock forever. And they like the chase. They like feeling like you love them, like that you're their, like that they're your crack that you're addicted to. They like this feeling. They like the attention, and it's okay, but it's also like not so good when it can't be requited if they're with somebody else. The day I met her, she was very much in love with somebody else, and I had to nurse her through that whole thing for like 2.5 fucking years and sing songs with her about it and stuff. But I did it. I sat with her as best friend for 2.5 years, and I nursed her through a terrible, terrible breakup. She broke I won't even tell you what she did, but she broke a window. I'm going to leave it at that. She broke a window. It cost her money. She had a bad breakup with somebody she really, really loved. But I was there through it, like after the rebound after the breakup and through it for like two years afterwards. I was there for every time she called me when she was crying and stuff like this. I would take the light rail to her house, and I would walk with her for 15 blocks because she's with some dude that she doesn't actually like or whatever. It's dumb. And it's just sort of dumb that, you know, like how much I chased her before I finally was just like, okay, either at this point we have to acknowledge that we're like living this crazy like lovers situation where like you're my Anais Nin and I'm your Henry Miller, but we have different spouses or whatever. And I'm sure that's like, and you know, it's weird. That's what it reminded me of. And guess who my favorite author is? It's Henry fucking Miller. Henry fucking Miller and Anais Nin and shit. And guess who my favorite author is? It's Henry Miller. Read every book he ever did. And I know what he and Anais were doing in the fucking 20s the same way I did it with her, kind of. I did a whole like tumultuous like love romance thing with this girl who was half my age. I mean, it was legal, but she was half my age and shit. You know, she was like 20 when I slept with her. And it was fucking crazy. And, you know, and it reminds me of Henry Miller and Anais Nin. They had separate fucking spouses, and they were completely destroyed in the reputational masses because everybody knew that they were like these cheaters that were sleeping with each other, but when they had like they were like married to other spouses and stuff. And they kept their friendship going as authors and as best friends and lovers and stuff for like 20 years, and it was scandalous as hell. Everybody the fuck knew. The both of them wrote books about it, and it was shit like that. It was shit. It was shit for their lives, and it was shit for them. And like, and I don't do long distance relationships the way they did and all this, and I don't want a Henry Miller and Anais Nin thing going on. It's not good for her current boyfriend. It's never good if I'm dating some girl. She had babies with someone else, but I guarantee it, she's probably thinking about me. It's fucking crazy. It's like stupid. And like, or if she's not, then, you know, it's because I'm just not her type anymore. I did too many naughty things or whatever you want to call it. I was too much of a drug dealer, broke too many laws, or I stole from her too much, or I couldn't handle it when her boyfriend catfished me, trying to figure out why our relationship was so close. You know, they all her boyfriends catfish me. They all try to get close to me. All her boyfriends try to get close to me because I'm the only real competition. It's crazy. Like 20 dudes came after me because they're like, I'm the only real competition between them and her. I didn't like any of it. The only part of it I liked was her. I didn't like any of the competition. I didn't like the feelings that it rose in me. I would show up and I would do stuff like sing serenades and stuff like this, or get her out of whatever fucking problem she was in, no matter what it was. I would just show up and play guardian angel. Let her know that somebody in this world really, really loves her as much as her family does, whether or not we're fucking, whether or not we're dating. Somebody that really fucking loves her. You know, somebody really loves her, like a brother, like a husband, like a father or a child or a son or something like that. Like, you know, like any complicated like family relationship, it was like really deep like that. And then one day I'm like, nope, I can't handle the fact that your boyfriend's catfishing me. I can't handle the fact that you constantly let these dudes like fucking dictate how your life goes all the fucking time. And it's made you a cliche and it's made you unhappy. And these are the things that I warned you about when we were together. I warned you not to do this stuff. It would be a turnoff for me. And then eventually I was just like, you know, and then I said the coldest, hardest thing I've ever said in my entire fucking life, which was, you know, never speak to me again. I have it on my fucking television. Look, it's right there. See it? I have it on my television because I think about it all the time. See it? Do not speak to me ever again. It's right there. You see it like down there at the bottom of the screen and shit. I'd have to pull a mouse, I guess. Yeah, give me a mouse, but down right here. So I gotta pull it. But I gotta pull the mouse where you can see it and shit. I don't know if you can see the mouse. I don't know why. But yeah, on the camera, you should be able to see the mouse. See the mouse moving? Right here, down below this is a piece of paper that says, do not speak to me ever again. It was the coldest, hardest thing I ever said to somebody, and I said that to Cloud, but it was my decision, because in the end, there was just too many things between me and her. There was just too many things. It just didn't work out. It was the one that got away. It fucking really sucked. It sucked for me. You know, I'm fairly sure it sucked for her, too. So all the time, I got afraid that I was like being like Andrew or something, that I was pressuring her too hard or buying her too many gifts or trying to love bomb her too much, or maybe I was like reading her Facebook too much or looking at her pictures too much or doing stuff like breaking into her Facebook or stuff. But I come forward and I fess to her the second I do anything like that, because I'm just like, I can't help it. I'm completely head over heels in love with you. I get worried that the people in your life might not be actually treating you right and maybe leading you to dark places, and they full-blown were. All those people I got her away from, she never spoke to again. It's kind of crazy. Like, I was right about that, and when I felt that she wasn't under threat from them anymore, I stopped spying on her, and that actually depressed her. She was like, you know, you haven't been to my Facebook, and one of her things that she likes to do is you can track who looks at your Facebook, and she is the most beautiful woman on the planet, or at least she was, you know, she was. But I don't know. I haven't seen her in a long time now. But, you know, 7 years or something now. But she was the most beautiful woman in the world at that time. And people knew it too. So they just stalk her on Facebook and shit like this. And so one of the things she does is she tracks all 50 of her stalkers, right? And I was like, I'm not a stalker, am I? And she's like, no, you're the only person that I actually love. She was like, no, you're the only friend I actually kept. She's like, she would assure me all the time. I'm like, I'm acting like these other dudes. I know I am. I'm begging you. I'm cajoling you. I'm trying to bribe you or bring you along on some business venture or something. I know I'm being desperate. And I wonder how bad it makes me look. Does it affect my chances? And she's like, no, you're more special than them. I got scared she might be lying to me. But no, when you look at the goddamn like 4,000 page pen pal conversation that we had over like 13 years or whatever it was, I don't know, yeah, like 7.5, 9 years, whatever it was, you can understand that, or yeah, not even that long, like fucking 6 years, something like that, like 6 years I think it was. I think it was like 13 years, but it's not, it's like 6. And you know, at the end, I was like, I'm too desperate. I know I want you too badly. I know I'm not your caliber. I know I'm twice your age. I know I'll never make money like these streamers do. I know I might never have problems ever again in my life. I might never have to worry ever again. And I did offer that to her constantly. I was like, you know, you could have a marriage or not. If you don't want it, that's fine. You could have a marriage or not. I will sign my will. I will put you in my will as my sole inheritor and all this stuff. You know, like, you know, I'm dead serious about how I feel about you. I used to tell her quite a lot. I'd be like, I love you, and I don't care what your answer is to that. That is just the goddamn truth. I actually do love you, you know? And so eventually, I was just like, I know it's going to keep going all of my life. I know it is. She can't stop how important it makes her feel when she sees somebody fawn over her as much as I do. And she can't stop it. She'll keep husbands and boyfriends and stuff, and she'll just keep me around to inflate her ego all the time because she knows how much I unequivocally love her. Everybody does. Everybody who's ever known me knows how much I unequivocally love that girl. It's insane. Fucking stupid. You know, the love is adhesive and it sticks. So it's like, you know, and after a while, it was just like, I told her, I was like, sooner or later, I'm going to reach this place in the next 4 or 5 years where it's just not okay with me to be in love with my best friend anymore, and I'm going to convince myself not to love you anymore. anymore. She's like, you shouldn't do that. It's been such a good friendship. And I'm like, no, I am going to convince myself not to love you anymore because it's this one-sided thing that I've done since I was a child. I elevate my best friend onto some kind of pedestal. They're not available because I'm not their type. They don't want to ruin the friendship they've had for 5 or 10 or 15 or 20 years or whatever it is. I don't want to chase them any longer because it's this terrible, toxic one-way tunnel. And it's not because I'm not good enough. It's because whenever they're available, I'm off doing my life. Whenever they're finally available and they come knocking on my door, I'm off living my life. It's like Gatsby. It's kind of like Gatsby. I'm off living my life. I'm off doing something else. By the time they become available again, then they come knocking back, being like, "You always wanted me. I'm it." You know, and they come back. I'm like, "Well, now I'm with somebody." And then finally, when I get free, I come back and I'm like, "Well, I'm free now." And they're like, "Well, now I'm with somebody." You know, and it sucks. It's been like that. I've had 5 girls do that to me. 5 girls over 25 years. It's like that movie, High Fidelity. It's like sooner or later you have to wake up from that terrible behavior and just stop doing it. And that's when I said to her, I was like, do not speak to me ever again. When I said this, it had nothing to do with her. It's this thing about people that will just keep you in their lives. Even it's not their fault. It's not their fault that we're not available at certain times and stuff. It's not her fault any of this stuff happened. She has never been anything but a really, really good friend to me. She's never wronged me in any way or form. She's only ever been a really, truly supportive friend to me. And so I can't blame her for anything. All of this was completely my fault, and she knows it, and that's how the conversation goes when we talk about this. All of this stuff was my fault. And so I was just like, okay, well, I can't, you know, she was like, you seem, the words that she would use towards the end, she would be like, you seem distant. You seem like you don't care. You seem like you don't, like you seem like you're not involved or invested anymore in my life or our friendship or anything. That was the language she would use. And I would say, no, please don't misunderstand. I've spent my entire and I can say this to them really quickly with no hesitation because it is the truth. I have spent my entire goddamn life being emotionally unavailable to really, really, really good, high quality women because I was in love with somebody who wasn't emotionally available to me at that time. And she was like, yeah, that sums up our friendship. And I was like, yeah, it sums up every friendship I've ever had with women that I wanted to marry. And it fucking sucks. I go shopping girls and I hang around them for 5 or 10 years. And I go sniffing around being like, are you the right one? And they are. So then I hit on them. And I'm like, well, I built this beautiful love friendship that we have for 5 years or whatever. You don't want it? And they're like, well, I'm with somebody right now or something. I'm just living my life. And then I'm like, well, okay, I'm going to wait then. I tell them I'm waiting and I do all their texting and their messages and stuff. And I do the whole thing of being their best friend. I wait 5 years. I finally find somebody else. That's when they get free. And they're like, well, that terrible relationship's finally over that I was in for 7 to 9 years that you warned me about the entire 7 to 9 years. And I'm like, yeah, great. I'm with somebody.
Or they don't bag the babe.
Finally, I'm just single now and I'm totally available. And I promise them stuff like I've got 2 houses, 3 cars. I'll never have to worry again. I can take care of your daughters. I can take care of your life. I can make sure you never want for anything ever again. And I make that promise to them. And they don't take it because they're with somebody else right then. You know, they don't take it. I've made that offer twice to 2 different girls. And they don't take it because they're with somebody else or they're in love with somebody else right then at that moment when I make that offer. And they're like, the timing's shitty. You're such a better man than who I'm currently dating. They'll say things like that. They'll be like, you're such a better man than the man I'm currently dating. But they don't. But the timing or whatever it is, it's that weird pseudo like friendship where it's like, you know, it's a real friendship and it goes and still waters run very, very deep. Our friendships are real, but it's like when it comes around to like actually like reconciling this friendship that we built for years and years, and the time comes, either I or you are unavailable, and I'm not a cheater, and neither is she, and neither are any of the other girls that I'm with are like that. They're not really like serial cheaters. They're not. They might cheat on somebody, but they're not like somebody who does it all the time, who has a problem with it. They, you know. And they deal with it if it happens, that sort of thing. They're not that I'm not worried about fidelity with these women that I'm in love with. It's more like we have lives. By the time we get around to each other's lives, we don't have freedom anymore,
if you will, and that they should
finally I get free and I'm no longer an addict and I'm no longer a fucking loser and I lose 150 pounds and I'm getting back in the saddle. I'm a streamer now. I've got some thousands of follows and stuff. I never have to worry again. I've got 2 houses and 3 cars like all the other landed gentry, and I don't have to talk or chop trees for a living or anything, all the other things her boyfriends or husbands do. I don't have to do all that stupid ass shit that muggles do. I've got a better fucking life. And so I go knocking around, I go sniffing around being like, knock, knock. Hey, you ever want to not worry ever again? I don't care if you've got kids. I've always really loved you. And I've shopped like 5 women like that in the last 5 years. And I keep coming back to Cloud, and it's like, it doesn't matter. No matter what, when I'm finally available or when she's finally available, I'll be busy again. Or it'll be too much, or I'll have said, do not speak to me ever again. You've ruined the friendship now by just putting me around so much competition that I never was competition to. It's insane.
I'd never take no for an answer, but
and so I worry all the time. Am I coming across like Andrew Callahan because I spy on their Facebooks, or I date them for a whole year, or I beg to fuck them or whatever. I tell them how much they mean to me or whatever, and I get scared that I act like this dude. But I don't ever like get in the bed with them and beg them. That's not my style. I'm not like that. I just show them a good man, and I dangle that bait in the water, hoping that they'll bite. That's how dating is.
Are far, far beyond the threshold.
They do, but by the time that they get there, the bait's been eaten by some other female fish. or they're not hungry. You get what I'm saying?
Of what I would call,
when it finally comes around to it, they're not hungry at that moment when the hook's in the water and I'm looking again for that final fish I want to land, and they're not hungry, and I'm fucking sick of it. It's happened 5 fucking times. I've invested lives. I've committed suicide, or I've attempted to commit suicide twice over it. It's fucking stupid. I'm done doing that. And I tell a woman, I tell them like this: long distance relationships are toxic and I refuse to engage in them. Short distance relationships are better, but I mean, you're never available and when I'm available, and I'm never available when you're available. And when we finally both free up, we're going to be dying of old age, and it's fucking stupid. I'm not doing this fucking dance with you anymore. And that's been my fucking experience with long-term relationships all of my goddamn life. All of my exes live in Colorado.
Incompetent, young, immature boys not knowing how to behave in
not all of them,
public space with women. Like,
it's either Alaska, Indiana, or Colorado.
Like, that's not what what we're hearing from the victims. What we're hearing from the victim is repeated, fairly sophisticated systems of pressuring people, stalking people.
Yeah, and I wonder if I did this stuff. And I did it in a different way. I kept throwing like, hey, you ever need a free ride? Hey, you want to be my business partner? Hey, I'm looking for long term. I'm looking for a fucking wife, and I won't cheat or settle down for less, and all this stuff. Hey, I really love you. It's been 7 years, and the proof that I'm still here and still texting you, unlike all the other men in your life, is proof that I really do love you, and I'm that real guy standing in line. I'm an actual dude trying to court you. I'm a courtesan, And it's weird when they see this, and I'm not the only dude who makes offers like this. When they see this, their panties get wet and they're tempted. But it's just, because they're like, oh, this man really wants me for the true woman that I am. And this is a turn on for them when they do this, but they're never, ever available. If they're my type, they're never, ever truly available when I need them. They're never, ever available. There's something about the women that I like. They are emotionally unavailable all of their goddamn lives. They might date 50 men, they're still emotionally unavailable all of their fucking lives to some real, true, significant other. And so it comes down to me crying in a bed with them, whispering in their ear while they're lying next to me half naked and shit like this. You don't know how to love. And they're like, what? And you're like whispering it in their fucking ear. You don't know how to love. You've been with these people. You've had tumultuous relationships and stuff, but you don't know how to love. And that's me saying that to them. It's insane. I'm saying that to them. I'm like, you don't know how to just let go and love somebody. And they're like, that's not true. But they search their feelings deep down inside. They know that they're emotionally unavailable to all men all of their lives. They don't know how to love. They don't know. They don't like kissing. They don't like affection. You ever been in love with somebody like that? It's not that fun. It's sexist to point it out. Like women are the only people who have problems like that. No, both genders have terrible problems like this, and it sucks on both sides. It's not this female thing. It's not that women do this. It's everybody does this. Everybody does this. Gay people do this. Everybody does this. And it's just like, I don't know. Okay, you want to know what my deal breaker is now? It's not cheating. It's not drug use. It's not having 5 kids or two mortgages or being poor or fat or ugly or anything like this. It's being emotionally unavailable, which they all are. They all are. For some reason, their whole generation, or well, like the last 3 generations, like women, women age 24, the women that are like actually compatible with me, age 24 to like, whatever, age 20 or 24, something like that, to 48, right, or 54. It's like 20. It's like from 24 to 54. I'm like mid 40s, so it's like about 20 years in both directions. It's kind of crazy, but that's how a man my age thinks. It's like, if you really want to land one, you got to think like you can't be limiting yourself, So it's sort of crazy like that. And I went in the dating scene kind of competitive, and I do have a lot of notches on my belt like her. And I know a lot of women, and I've been with a lot of women. It's kind of weird. I'm not some scrub like this. I have actually been with a lot of women. So it's like weird. And I'm like, but I can't do emotional unavailability. I can't do it anymore. To me, it's a form of emotional rape. It's as bad as rape. It's emotional fucking unavailability. It's like complete and utter denial against the person's will. They spend their whole lives chasing you or something. It's not like they want it to be like that. They do it against their will. They chase somebody who's completely emotionally unavailable all of their fucking lives, and they're just supposed to deal with the fallout and the damage that causes themselves and their family. No, emotional unavailability is as toxic as cheating. It's as bad. It's up there. It should be this thing that we condemn people for. And the incels want to say it's women, but men do this way worse. It's on all sides. It's something about the modern age. It's a modern way of letting go. Like, I swear to God, one of the reasons one of my favorite songs is Idlewild's Modern Way of Letting Go. And he talks about this. He's like, it's like, if I know what I know, then no one will watch over you, right? It's like this thing about emotional. It's a modern way of letting go. To me, relationships are a modern way of letting go of somebody. It's like, if I know what I know, then no one will watch over you in the end. It's like this emotional unavailability thing. They won't really watch over you in the end. They'll watch over their own kids. They'll watch over their parents, but they won't love you as a mate forever, unconditionally. I've had women like that do that for me before. But they don't stay around. So someone shouldn't really tell me what I want to know, right? So someone shouldn't really tell me what I want to know. I know I owe, and I know that matters don't matter as much as you think they do, because you will only be yourself. You can never be yourself, and you will only be yourself when you understand what you know. How long will we go on with the modern way of letting go? Tell me, how long will we go on with the modern way of letting you go? If I know what I know, losing isn't learning to be lost, right? It's learning to know when you're lost. And I finally realized after like 7 years with Cloud Candy and 5 relationships like this, I learned to know when I'm lost, and I was lost. I've been doing this since I was like 8 years old. I picked some pretty girl on the playground, and I crush her for 5 or 10 years. And I'm like, there's the best girl in the school. And they always are. They always are. All my friends concede to me. They're like, no, the girl you were in love with was the best girl here. All my best friends will tell me. They're like, no, Bonnie was the best girl in the school. No, Ariel was the best girl in the school. No, Jessica was the best girl in this school. I can just go on with all the girls' names. I'm gonna go with all the girls' names from 20 years ago because it's safer. I won't dox people that I've dated recently and stuff. But it's like all the girls that I knew were the best girls in those schools, and all the men that loved those women came to me in the end and told me that I was in love with the right one. And I'm like, yeah, I know, I'm not dumb, I'm not bad at this, I did sleep with them or whatever, you didn't. So it's just weird, but it's learning to know when you're lost. And so after like my first one, Camille, that went for 8 years, started when I was 8 years old. My second one, Jessica, started when I was 14. Second one started was Leonora. That went on for 5 years. Met her when I was 13 years old. Then there was Jessica, met her when I was like 14. We dated for a year. Then there was Ariel. We dated for 2.5 years. She lived in an apartment with me. I put her through college and shit like this. Not through college, but I helped support her go through masseuse school and all this stuff. And I chase these women, and all these men are in love with those women that I got to land and date and be with and all this. And they come around and they tell me that, yeah, she just like you, they're in love with her too, and she was the best girl in the school and all this stuff. And it's just crazy. It's like, yeah, but do those girls settle down with you? No, they date douchebags. They have kids that they don't want. They settle down early for some fucking reason when they know they're too crazy to do that. All of the girls that I was in love with were too crazy to do that. All of them were like that. And I warned them. I warned all 10 of them or whatever. Don't be a cliche. Don't get knocked up early. Don't fall down to being a stereotype. Don't let a man steal your time is what I told the last one, Cloud Candy. I was like, don't let a man steal your time. And I would literally I would send her music like in our text chat of me singing Pentangle's Don't Let a Man Steal Your Time, right? Don't let a man steal your time unless it's me, right? I'm serious about this. Don't let a man steal your time. I won't steal your time. I will make sure that every day for the rest of your life until we die of old age, I will worship the ground you walk on. If you cheat on me, I don't care. I'm still going to fucking worship the ground that you walk on. If we're poor, it doesn't matter. I'm going to treat your kids like they're Jesus Christ and that they walk on water and all this stuff. And I say these things to them, right? Don't let a man steal your time is a line from a traditional British Irish folk song for people who thought outside the box when it came to actual romance and stuff, also known as the sprig of time, a metaphor warning young women to guard their virtue, love, or their youth from being taken by fleeting male attention. And all of the 10 women that I gave all of my broken hearts to, they do this. They give their virtue, love, youth, and time to some asshole who takes the fucking spear and shoves that fucking spear through their fucking heart, and they come back to me years later being like, you were right, you were the right one, and all this stuff. All of our friends know, everybody knows, and all this. Yeah, I'm not bad at this. No. I'm bad at finding the right one. I'm not bad at knowing the situation. I'm not bad at it. No. And so, so whatever. And this is, to me, like the greatest singer of all time almost. She's close. She's definitely a top 20. What's her name? It's Sandy Fairfax, I believe her name is Sandy Fairfax, right? Here's Pentangle singing Let No Man Steal Your Time. Hi guys, I'm back. What's up? I don't think I said goodbye before I stopped this video a few hours ago, like an hour and a half ago. It is 7:12. I went to dinner with my family. I had some wine, and now I'm back to play some video games and stuff and ate dinner. It was a really beautiful white corn soup. I don't really have a good memory for meals, but it was like one of the better soups I've ever had. It was poblano peppers, hominy, and white corn soup, and it was so good. Hi guys, I love you, and I'm trying to come in and start this session again. I am logging into Grand Theft Auto 5, and today I'll probably play some Overwatch. Yep. And then I will go take a look at X4. It's a good time. I want to hear some Blade Runner, some Vangelis. Out! Oh man, I killed all 10 of you! All 10 of you without firing a shot! Out! Young toilet paper got wiped! Owned! Young toilet paper got wiped! Oh yeah! I'm not allowed to spawn, everyone else is. But Blizzard wants me to lose, so I'm not allowed to spawn like everyone else is. Ugh. Oh. No. What happened? Oh, okay. jackass. Fucking jackass, throw the game! Throw the game on me! Throw the game. Throw it on me. I pressed the button. Blizzard does nothing. I believe they should lose their company. I believe they should face some large lawsuit. on point, you piece of shit.